Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are playing as the Ocean. It's a really, really big, country. It spans most of the globe, and it's very, very powerful. No. Okay. We are playing as Australia in the Australian flavor mod, which updates a whole bunch of territories and gives a whole bunch of flavor. You can see that we have a bunch of journal entries, and the territory is actually, reasonably... It's not just gum full of a ton of arable land, but the arable land count is much more reasonable than what it is before. Hey Joseph, hey Renee, hey Yankees fan. I wonder why it doesn't show up on the on the restream chat, but on the YouTube chat. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. I've yet to see the AI form Italy or Germany's patch. I think I haven't seen them form Italy. I've seen them form Germany quite a bit. Italy is a strange one now that you mention it, though. We are trying to pass equal rights. The truth hurts. It's a difficult one to pass. This mod, we are also currently trying to fulfill our promises for various groups joining us. And so one of these is we have to have a barracks in every single one of the states in New Zealand, otherwise they're going to leave. So we kind of just finished forming Australia, and so now we've made our bed. Now we have to eat it, and so we will get into that process here. And then one of these states has to have 5 units. So we'll just quickly take a look at the population, and probably whichever one's the most populous. 151k. Okay, no, 300k is going to be the biggest. And then we have to stay over a third cavalry. And we'll have a little bit of a mixed force here, where we will have enough cavalry for rapid advance, but then kind of switch to cannons here in terms of the balance of what we're doing. And so these are our promises to New Zealand, which are coming up in 6 years. Of course, we could delete those barracks if we need to. I posted before stream went live. Yeah, you need more equal white rights so you can accept white people. Do we not accept white people? I think we do. Just not those white people, I see. I think we... European heritage, and then... Pakeha is not one I've... Is this mod-only culture? I also haven't played as Australia, so... we're gonna use our one-time real early here on equal rights, so everyone knows once you use your one-time, you will in fact pass the law. Equal rights for emus. We're working on it. We are working on it. Yeah, I'm curious what more we have in terms of some of this stuff. I think we're getting closer to the edge of... I think we're getting close to the edge of the content in terms of how far the narrative extends. Wow, this is a big Raj. I don't think we've seen the Raj this big. Not in a while. And I don't see any Great Britain taking the princely states. Normally that's what happens. The Raj becomes the Raj and Britain takes the princely states. We actually have an incredibly normal looking South America with nothing weird looking. US hasn't gone after Mexico yet. Germany has formed. Or the North German Fed. While not taking Schleswig-Holstein. Is that on a subject of Denmark? It's a subject of France. Cursed. So... But North Germany is already formed. I don't know if that bricks... I don't think that bricks Germany formation, just North German Fed, so some weird things happened there. UK doesn't have a treaty port. Just kind of looking around the rest of the world, what's going on. Egypt stayed an Ottoman subject. And Ottoman completed Tanzimat? No, they have 30 years. They have 3 more years. They have a policy enact Tanzimat reforms. I know that there are some, specifically some companies that we were interested in doing, some Australia-specific companies, that this mod adds to the pool. I think that this is the one we wanted to establish. And we need 5 building levels that we can transfer. And that we can transfer might be the key important one, but we would get oil. Wreck of the HMS Orpheus. This afternoon, a British vessel, corvette, hit a submerged sandbar when entering Manukau Harbor. Teta Tokero Rao. Apologies for pronunciation, everyone. 189 of the ship's 259 crew, yikes, that's a lot, drowned despite several rescue attempts being made. The bodies were washed up ashore and buried with the nearby sand dunes. It's such a neat little flavor event. I'm trying to keep my eye on the flavor events because this is, of course, a flavor mod, which is perhaps a reason to stay a subject of Great Britain for an extended period of time. We also allegedly have wars. Why don't we do this? The Royal Charter. With the influence of the men of real capital lacking lobbying for the renewal of the Australian agricultural charter has failed. The Royal Charter has now ceased to exist. No. We want the free company slot. I think there's something kind of... I think we can brick this just by putting one of these guys in government. If I'm not mistaken. Thanks, boss, but no thanks. Big Raj, that's what she said. I've literally never seen the AI Ottomans complete Tanzimat. I've seen them complete it, like, at least twice. I remember, because there was one patch I was like, wow, that's crazy. The patch where they increased the amount of time they have to 30 years, I've seen them complete it. And I was like, wow, that's crazy, I've never seen that before. And I remember being like, wow, that's crazy, I've never seen that before. And I think I've seen it at least one more time. Like, in theory, they should be really bad at completing it. Ooh. As an island nation, Australia is protected and threatened by the sea. Just as the reality led the motherland to rule the seas, so too should we. Observing the power projection of the Philippine Navy, the message from our armed forces is clear. We must build a formidable navy. I agree. We will get on that. We'll keep the positivist that's cautious around. Here, let's actually have a think for a second. Let's do this so we can not have our autonomy reduced, because we don't want that. And then... we're currently fighting Gaza, but I think that we don't have the ability to land them. We just decked them. So that we would be able to get in. We're going on Selangor right now. Looks like we are making progress. I'm just thinking about where we should have our interest and be going for currently. And let's also add one of these to the front of the queue. To be fair, I've seen them get really close, but usually they need to conquer Egypt, and by that point I've already got my point on Sinai. Yeah, so if you always take Sinai, then yeah, that makes it way harder. You want to take control of Gaza? Yeah. Oh man, I had an update post that I was canceling and postponing the Uyghur charity, and of course I get people asking me about doing charity for Gaza. I just try and be honest and straightforward with people as to why I don't do it. Which, like, yeah, I mean, it's on the post. But then the guy I responded to just edits his comments. Oh, so you love dead children then? It's like, oh, Jesus. It's like, you condemn Israel, but you list, like, several reasons. The main one of which being, I want to focus on Ukraine. And he's like, you love dead babies. It's like, oh, Jesus. Yeah, we're doing the meta, we're invading Gaza here. As is the usual. Oh no, we've been refused. I think we're gonna go for Zanzibar here as well. Just give us a lot of surface area. But the tension in the Australia wars, goldfields coming to a boiling point as diggers complain about the brutal and extortionate. Extortionate? Is that a word? I haven't seen that conjunction. It's a different spelling of exorbitant. Or that's like, listen, using or given to extortion. Huh. I mean, that's what I would have guessed, but I haven't seen that word used before. Police claim that they're merely trying to enforce the law upon outsiders who would exploit our resources, yet refuse to pay our fair share. Okay. So we can increase hunt frequency to make the freeloaders pay, which includes tax, reduces tax waste. Mortality per turmoil makes some people pissed. Or increase police investigations. Increases minting. We do like minting. That's a free money modifier. But decreases goldfield throughput. And increases approval a lot? Yeah. We'll increase investigations. Just walk right in and take it over? Yeah. Basically. Careful, they have 26 baby troops? Yeah, not like this. Not like this. I don't know, just like... It's a classic we've come to observe, which, like, anything but full-throated support, that is unqualified and, yeah, just completely unqualified. You don't do that, you love killing babies. Is a response that we've seen to be somewhat typical. Which, like, yeah, I don't know. People are allergic to nuance these days. Yeah. I keep on trying to resolve this, but we're just looking to time it out. Because this doesn't have an eligible response. And then we could now just take these guys out of gov if we want. And have a fully legitimate government again. The Anglican Church Intelligentsia Wombo combo is so cursed, though. We need to actually roll a good event here. On this. Nope, we don't. I guess we won't have equal rights. Can you use the child removal decree? Not like this. I don't have anything against the children. Please make it stop. I think we do like something like compulsory primary school. Prop tax would also be nice and preferable, so let's actually do that. You might not like dead babies, but according to Tarkus' podcast, you chill with orphans. Not like this. It's Jover. The orphans belong in the mines. Not again. Sometimes I think Metro's better timeline. Chill with orphans. Yeah. I don't know. We are making some progress. I think we're laissez-faire and they're taking, yeah, 74% of the construction. So our construction queue is not going that fast. And our investment pool is absolutely blasting into space. So I think we're going to add construction. But the critical problem we ran into is we had such a low amount of labor, but this was before our population started popping off, that like the one construction sector was just pulling everyone, like siphoning everyone out. I mean, if Canterbury is like a significantly large portion of our population, it's kind of not, though. If it was a significantly large proportion of our population, we would go for that, because we don't actually really need this enactment chance, but the enactment chance is good enough that just like getting it through faster is kind of something we would be interested in. Why is this modifier showing? Native raids? Oh. Minus colony growth speed. Rwanda's gonna help them, it looks like. We do subjugate Selangor, so we now have a diplo interest there. We are currently on mega low taxes. I don't know why we are on that. It certainly makes us way more legitimate. But I think that we should just have more construction. I think it's because we couldn't build more construction, but also we wanted to stimulate the economy and also raise SOL to get more migration. I think it was a combination of those things. Once we get prop tax through, though, we should be in really good shape. So let's see, is there any place where we have peasants? We have peasants in Tasmania. And there's resources in Tasmania, so Tasmania, not a terrible spot for a construction sector. So let's do this. One of the first words my kids learned was mine, just saying. Clearly they were asking for the mines. There's no other logical explanation. We're still waiting to get, we do have to build more iron mines to be able to get that company. Or it's just like the stickiness with getting it on laissez-faire. We actually do have the problem, semi-problem, that Great Britain has, or is aggressively buying all the ownership in our territory. Not like this. I think we have a couple of groups supporting our independence, but I'm not sure we want independence because there's probably less flavor when we're independent. We can native protectorate another group. So we'll actually, I think the thing that we want the most is population generally. Or maybe we care about gold specifically. The thing is if we do this, I think we can't colonize them. We can't colonize them like normal. Alright. That's a big movement, but we can win any civil war with the help of Great Britain. What are you doing playing games? Come to the protests in Turkey. My guy. I'm geographically so far from Turkey. What type of colonization do we have? How are those protests going, though? It's frontier, so we need to get off of that. I'm not sure it's a priority, but we also can't get off of it. We could put the Industrialists in Gov, and then we could get off of it. Oh, we definitely want public health insurance, and we couldn't get it before. It's going to increase SOL, which is going to help with migration, even if, like, we do higher taxes or whatever. We're still kind of ramping the construction a little bit here. Restricted child labor, the in-between one, it is. For these passes, it should be the case that compulsory is good enough, but we'll do that. It's so nice having an extra slot. We don't want to lose that. We'll make this a regional army. Same as ever, really. Your ancestors would have feelings. Regarding? So... let us continue. We don't have much people in agriculture, so we're going to choose the second option. I think that agriculture does include subsistence farms. So, like, if we had this much enactment chance, and we had, like, a lot of subsistence farms, we would rather just get 10%, because we have so much enactment chance anyways, but this is fine enough. GDP is over 10 million now. Got a lot bigger with gaining this. A lot of ownership from Oman. I'll reset the production methods here. We do have more military in the queue. We can't get after these guys yet. So... we will not. Fig orchards, these are new, but they already have fertilizers on. It is nice being in the British market. We'd love to get this more profitable. Because the prosperity bonus is insane on this company. Why is wood not profitable, though? Australia has a bunch of logging camps that aren't that profitable because we're trying to use labor saving PMs here. Try and use them in other places. And then this should get a bit better. And then that's 6 of the ownership there. Do they own a lot of the fishing as well? Let's take a look. I've been away from the game for a few months. Anything new since the India patch? No, they went on vacation, so it's like every time they go on vacation, it's always like a long lull before stuff gets updated because they had the. There's nothing big that I can think of. I mean, there are a couple patches. I'm trying to think if they really rocked the metagame in any sort of way. They're supposed to be doing a dev diary early spring, they said. And then I'm assuming we could expect in the summer the next patch. But maybe late spring. Yeah, we just need more pops in Australia is kind of the problem. I think we're already greener grassing it. We are. We could make a lot of navy. I'm gonna just sort by peasants here. And get that up to a size 8 navy eventually when our construction queue clears, which is going to be some time because we effectively have 10 construction right now. Which means we could really just add more. But yeah, the Victoria streets have been a little bit quiet. Yankees fan. It actually like dipped to like the lowest it's been since like let's kind of pull this up. In terms of if we look at the numbers on Victoria 3, so I've actually been playing a lot of Civilization. And like in terms of like the last 30 days, these numbers are. Oh, this isn't average, this is peak. But in terms of like peak players, this is close to the lowest it's ever been. We have 88.55, and then like 2023, and like I forget if it was spring or summer. Yeah, so summer here is like the other like lowest point. But yeah, there hasn't been any like substantive updates. Like there's no like thing in the economy that I feel like I really need to like solve. Hey, thank you for the $10. There's a content drop you saw. Thank you so very much. There's a massive content drop. Basically, I can get as much views doing like Civ 7 as I can, Vicky, right now. Not quite as much, but it's close. Although I am enjoying this mod. Thank you so very much. Hey, I'm Tap Gaming. Good morning. There's a... Did you see? Yankees fan? There's also a... Basically only... You're like the only person requesting it, but there is a membership button now. It doesn't really... There's no like... I think there's 2 emotes in there. But that's like entirely because you've been requesting it. I haven't like put out any statements regarding it or whatever. But it is a good time for an Ethiopia run. Maybe I'd have to get a mod from someone that makes it so Tewodros doesn't die. Tewodros dying is like the most annoying part. Way to just ignore the first half of your super chat. The last half? I paid good money for that? No, I didn't ignore it. I was just getting to it. I was responding. I was letting it marinate. Marinate. Marinade? Mayonnaise? It would be a good time for an Ethiopia run. Aboriginal suffrage. Despite responsible government being brought to the colony, debate remains about the suffrage of the Aboriginal population. While ostensibly being British subjects equal to any other, various structures impede or prevent the participation in our electoral system, especially those who retain the traditional lifestyle. Is that actually the name of our government? It's parliamentary, but it's renamed responsible. Westminster System Principle of Parliamentary Accountability. Okay. In this system, for a party to remain in the executive control of government, they must maintain support of the majority of the members of parliament. I wonder if this is in the mod. Is this flavor for the mod? Where there's a bicameral system of upper and lower house. The government is more responsible to the lower house as it usually has more members and would. I wonder if someone typed this copy. Australia's colonies were initially ruled by autocratic governors appointed by the monarch. Interesting. Hey! First 5 memberships gifted. Thank you so very much. You are the first member. Let's go. Oh, we see Richard in there too. Richard is a longtime veteran, and then we see Retracted. Thank you so very much. But I thought you'd be pleased with that. I think there's 2 emotes from the Discord. Thank you so very much. I assume you're typing now. Aboriginal suffrage, though. Enactment time for multiculturalism and all the rest. I say give them a chance, but enactment... Oh, we see... Success chance for cultural exclusion. And some of these other ones. Yeah, we'll say give the Aborigines a chance. We're trying to be a good guy. If you got gifted a membership, you're now obligated to vote twice for Ethiopia in the next poll. And those are the emotes. We got the logo emote, Sad Thursday, and Generalist Pog. So basically the Discord emotes plus the logo. Thank you so very much, Yankees fan. Big nice. We might have to do an Ethiopia run. The Patreon has voted, and the next run is going to be Panama. But maybe we can find a way to squeeze in Ethiopia. We could stream Ethiopia. We could also actually do the Panama run and then do an Ethiopia run. I still want to do a little bit more from the Jewish Japan run. People are going to say I hate children. Not like this. But yeah, if we're taking a look at we should maybe also just only take a look at new mods. I feel like when we do a follow-up, like, to continuing the run on the flavor mods, usually people don't show up as much. James Scobie, a digger, was found murdered near by the Eureka Hotel. A hasty court inquiry quickly exonerated the accused owner of the hotel, James Bentley. Given the magistrate was known to take bribes from Bentley, the local populace, sensing a miscarriage of justice, assembled in protest at the Eureka Hotel, which burned down in a riot. I wonder, how, like, from a modest perspective, I wonder how much of this they're using generative AI for, because I assume that's what I assume they didn't hire an artist, right? So my assumption is all the art assets for mods are generally from generative AI. We're reading a book on generative AI right now. We'll do a Scobie investigation here. You would prefer you'd prefer a streamed run? Tuodros dying is definitely the most annoying part. Well, that's like where all the flavor is for Ethiopia. So like when he dies, it's like, okay, so now I'm just playing a country that's super backward and has like no resources. And with Tuodros, you could just like, if you actually like develop into like a major power, you could just like full on blitz land Great Britain. You would experience the full force of your exasperation streamed. You want the sad generalist, not the what was the Big Daddy, like, just like 100% Big Daddy jokes, no like hair tearing out? Which is like kind of what the recorded run was a little bit more like. Man, I don't know why they first implemented this tick below zero system. I think it was just a band-aid over the fact that they couldn't get the wars to, like, resolve the way they wanted to. Or, like, the war support to work exactly the way they wanted to. As a system, it's just like, so what we're doing now is we're declaring wars. We know we like can't win, but they just put in war. They just put in war reps, right? And so we are just like super indifferent to actually trying to finish the war. The big mods with Patreons do commission artists, Princes of Darkness, for example. Yeah, that's a huge mod. I don't think this mod has anywhere near that support. Princes of Darkness is like a small country. There are some huge donors for Princes of Darkness. I'm for it. I love that mod. What hair can you tear out? The beard. Never mind, don't answer that. Yeah, classic. I mean, I have a lot of eyebrow hair. To be fair. Just very close to getting public health insurance here. Sailors, frustrated with Fremantle's port amenities, have made their displeasure known across their travels, harming our reputation as a place of commerce. Not like this. Fremantle developed almost immediately alongside Perth as port town. However, Fremantle's access to Swan River estuary is blocked by limestone bar, preventing access of seagoing vessels. Instead, vessels have to dock alongside the jetty in open sea and transfer cargo. Oh, interest. You will need to make a decision to upgrade the port's capabilities. Well, why didn't you say so? Because they did say so, yeah. We need dynamite. Okay, that makes sense. Now the convict ships no longer load cheap, plentiful labor to our shores. Not like this. Settlers have been forced to innovate cultivation practices. A plethora of new inventions tailored to the Australian government have greatly improved processes of seedbed preparation. There's actually no word... plethora in terms of words to me that are like words that people use when they're trying to sound wordy. Like plethora is the prototypical example for me. Like there's no word I think of more when I think of people trying to like use big words. It's not even that big a word. It's just like yeah, progress towards fertilizer's dice though. It's the same system they have in other games. The tick below zero system. Is it really? EU doesn't have that system. EU has like the balance of power system or whatever, and war exhaustion, and like just staying forever in war exhaustion. Eventually you get forced out. Like EU4 seems so much better. And then CK has a balance of power thing too. Pluck out one eyebrow hair whenever X happens. What about literally? Or literarily? Yeah, literally is definitely a vibe. People very often use literally, figuratively, and that like that makes me big sad. We're not clearing this queue very fast. Check Auckland. Alright, so this place apparently has some of the most peasants. They do not have iron though, so we don't want to put a construction sector there. Public health insurance is going to be big for us. We're also going to need a lot more bureaucracy. Now, Zanzibar has a couple of these government admins. They're really not going to be able to hire guys up. Let's do something with that. Too discriminated. The truth hurts. Man, we only have 3 years left. Oh, jeez. We've really stalled out the entire thing. We have 3 years, and we actually need to do all these barracks things in those 3 years. I mean, Australia has some labor. Let's try and get a little bit extra construction. Yeah, it's all going to the auto queue is the problem. Yeah, literally. Alright, we're gonna swap everything over to dynamite. And also, that means that one journal entry is active for us now. Develop Fremantle Harbor. So this is gonna cost us, for 4 years, 2,900. And we will see how that develops the harbor. Steam Docky would be great for us right now, actually. So we're gonna go for it, because we're kind of out of labor. We can hasten construction. I don't think we're into that. I think we'll just let it do its own thing. We kind of want to have stuff just moving towards the Aboriginal national movement, generally speaking. It's super marginalized, though. But that's our only way of, I mean, we have an absolutely massive queue. So let's, yeah, request investment rights. This will be nice for us. Now, this, in terms of acceptance, is plus 21 here, right? We are getting some amount of extra juice from the opportunity for bonus from pro-Dutch East Indies lobbies. So without this, we would be nowhere near being able to get this agreement. So this is pretty nice for us. We would be like minus 80. And if we take a look, no one would be willing to accept our investment rights in general. So this is going to be really nice for us. Mainly because I just remember these being like seeming super worth it. Yeah, 20% fabric. And trade route volume and free trade routes. Oh, that might be why we were in the negative here. We still want to upgrade our health system all the way here, though. We maybe don't want to convert the Aborigines here, actually. Because that's decreasing our ability to try and go multicultural. Or it's probably just converting their faith. We do get pulled into a conflict here. But, Yiggy's fan, are you, like, starting a new run? I haven't seen you comment on the Discord, but I think a lot of people... I think a lot of the people who are theory crafting just, like, aren't... Or they're just not really on the Discord right now. I think they moved when I started not playing very much Vic 3. But super excited to see what Gilded Destiny cooks up. Because I think that their release date's supposed to be this year. Like, we could even take a look at that. Gilded Destiny is like a project that is started or funded by like GoFundMe of people trying to basically kind of started when Vic 3 came out, that people wanted a Victorian era game and they were kind of unsatisfied with Vic 3. It's got some very interesting things. I do think it's a bit ambitious. I expect that it's going to be like really buggy, but it certainly looks very impressive. Peaceful protests have failed, not like this. Peter Lalor has taken charge of the movement and conducted an oath-swearing ceremony to Eureka Flag. Determined to take up arms, Lalor has ordered the construction of a stockade in preparation for the inevitable battle. We could swap sides to the Stockade Rebellion. I think that we will not. Nice stockade, bro. Great Britain sides with Australia. Thanks. You've been playing Factorio lately? My friend tried to get me into Factorio. I haven't tried it. He seems very convinced I would really like it. I don't necessarily think he's wrong. But that seems like a game that's like harder to do content for unless you know it really well. Generally, I'm trying to play mostly newer games because I think those are easier to make content for. If like a game is really old and it's really knowledge heavy, then like the amount I would feel like need to play in order to feel comfortable like making videos is just so high. Like the barrier to entry is really high on like a lot of games. You know? Don't tell me anything about Civ 7 because I've been actively avoiding content. I just know that as soon as I start Civ, I'll be dead to the world a little while. I think, well, I won't tell you specifics, but, ooh, Independence Lobby. Hell yeah, brother. A thirst for autonomy. I think this is an event from the mod. Very cool. So that's actually going to help us raise Liberty Desire. And the higher Liberty Desire is going to help out for us. Yeah, it's increasing. And then if we take a look, lobby, clout from political lobby, interest group, and government, this 0.12 is a big portion of it. And I think that maybe what part of what triggered that was GB acquiring a ton of infamy there. Factoria is a niche game. I think it would be your niche though. It'd be good for weekday streams or personal time. Yeah. Well, I don't play games very much without making content now. But yeah, Civ 7. Without going into details, it's still pretty rough around the edges. The Steam, on the Steam thing, oh, looks like you guys want to check out Guild of Destiny. On the Steam thing, we'll give that poll a little more time in the oven, but on the Steam, like, DB, or, like, Steam chart numbers, or whatever they're called, currently, there's more people playing Civ 5 than Civ 7. In terms of adding a little bit of context. As news of the Crush Rebellion spreads, our military victory is transformed into a public relations disaster. Oh no! The general populace now heavily sympathizes with the rebels. Trials for sedition are proving difficult, yeah, I bet, to prosecute witches with such public opinion. The battle is won, yet this is not over. I hate it. I hate it when the populace likes the insurrectionists. That's always annoying. Do we appease them? Or we will not yield to traitors. Victoria, 25% of pops become more radical. Minting income. Doubling down on Eureka response. 20% authority is actually kind of nice. The liberal movement gets upset. Here, the liberal movement gets happy. And we gain loyalists, and we gain Peter Laller. You know what? I kind of am into seeing the agitator. I think that this option's better, but I kind of want to see what the agitator looks like, so we'll appease the population. I'm not surprised about Civ 7. Civ 6 wasn't good until the second expansion. Yeah, I'll try. You've got me in a little bit of a bind because you want me to not talk about it. But, let's see Peter Laller. Okay. Excuse me? Alright, we'll try and find Peter Laller either way. Oh, we're supposed to get Dickens in power, aren't we? I don't think we have enough slots to invite Dickens. We don't. Which one of these guys is younger? 34 and cautious, firebrand. Does it not say their age if they're general? Culture Welsh, age 34. Culture Australian. It just doesn't list this guy's age. Or we're blind. No, we still don't have enough slots. No Charles Dickens for us. Alright, fair enough. For those of you who don't know, agitate elsewhere. Get the hell out of here. Get the flock out of here. For those of you who don't know, Charles Dickens is the best character in the game. Unless, if you're doing low infamy. If you don't care about infamy, he's not. He's not. Someone who's reckless would be more important, but he has cautious, minus infamy generation, and literary together, plus infamy decay. But on top of that, there's a few characters that have cautious and literary, but persistent also gives character health so he lives longer. Honorable he has gotten for himself. That's not one he starts with. But that's been added to him throughout play here. Literal movement. Nobody likes the literal. Nope. No one likes the literally literal. Let's check the poll. Alright, you guys kind of want us to check out Guild of Destiny. Maybe we watch one of their kind of recent things on stream, because this is something that's like kind of on the periphery of our radar. So we will...
This cheetah.
I suppose we'll link their YouTube here. If people were interested. In kind of following them in general. But here, let's see their most popular video, and then we'll see their oldest. Alright. And forgive me guys, I do not have, if these guys have their videos monetized, we're gonna see some ads. So, let's take a look. Okay, so here's their teaser video. Or their gameplay trailer. So they have a 3D
Welcome
map.
to Gilded Destiny, a grand strategy game set during the Industrial Revolution. Explore the unprecedented scale and detail in this expansive 1.6 million tile globe, where every decision shapes the world. Immerse yourself in the 19th century, from the empires of Europe to the dynasties of Asia. Play as any country that existed in the time period, each a portal to a bygone era. Dive into a deep population simulation.
So they are very much like, this is like Vic 3 with a wish list.
Hundreds of cultures, countless faiths, myriad jobs, and
speaking of literary though, we just like,
into a deep population simulation. Hundreds of cultures, countless faiths, myriad jobs,
I feel like
and dynamic migrations bring your world to life. Each demographic with its various wants and needs.
Let's Gilded Destiny.
Construct farms and mines to produce raw resources and build increasingly sophisticated factories and production chains to bring your nation into the industrial age. Unlock new production formulas through technology and outstrip your competition. Dominate global trade. Implement strategies from tariffs to embargoes, shaping the economic landscape and influencing global...
See, this I like a lot. The idea that you can adjust tariffs manually for each good. Now, trade in Victoria 3 is really, really weak, but in an environment where trade is actually good and you're incentivized to do... there was protectionism during the Victorian era. It was primarily industrializing nations, tariffing each other in order to get their industrial economies working and getting them ramped up, so they couldn't get goods dumped to them and be unable to industrialize themselves. So like Germany tariffed Great Britain, this type of thing.
Markets. Balance your finances. Tailor taxes and government.
So here we have income tax based on different strata. We have consumption tax, right? But the entire ability to control stuff with sliders is very nice. Is this just government spending on education? So we can scale it with amount rather than just building more universities. I really wish that we could just like not have over 1 million people employed in a single university in a single state. So there's like a lot of things. My biggest concern with Gilded Destiny is like,
forge your nation's fiscal path. Raise income taxes, consumption taxes, or land taxes to pay for your burgeoning expenses, or let your nation go into debt. It's all up to you. Set your policies, from economic to legislative to social reforms. Experiment with governments from constitutional monarchy to communism.
Let's maybe try and...
Monarchy to communism.
Let's try and maybe look at this. So we have state capitalism, mercantilism, traditional taxation. We have foreign policy. You could set a foreign policy is interesting. Localized militias. Constabularies, full citizenship. Social reform. So like kind of a lot of the same stuff. You see slavery in there. Yeah, the truth hurts.
To communism, each with unique dynamics.
Good to see after a week of no streams.
Refine and shape your populace and economic engine by enacting local provincial policies to encourage specific economic sectors or jobs, or to change the migration patterns of populations. In Gilded Destiny, history's not just observed, it's engaged with. The decision feature will present you with the historical challenges and pivotal events that shaped each country's course through the 19th century. Will you navigate these key moments according to historical precedent, or try charting a new course? Engage in deep diplomatic gameplay, forge alliances, and negotiate treaties to maneuver your nation to prominence on the global stage. Of course, not all conflicts find peaceful resolutions. Take direct control of your military units.
The direct control of the military units is definitely throwing shade at Vic 3.
In battle, and lead them to spectacular victory. Or let the AI take care of it with simple...
But this map with like the hexes and the hexes intermesh to form an entire globe, just like to me seems hyper ambitious.
Instructions from you, offering both hands-on and hands-off options. The course of a nation's often in the hands of its leaders. Select from renowned historical personalities or intrigue.
So we have some interesting thing here where expertise is giving modifiers. Governor labor efficiency, government troop movement speed, head of state overall score. It's like a lot of, I mean, these are effectively like character traits with a lot more lines of modifiers, right?
Intriguing fictional leaders. Each brings unique abilities and perspectives.
Oh, well, there's also
traits.
traits.
How your nation navigates the tides of history.
Did that one guy have cancer twice? Wait, what? Chat. I think someone had cancer twice. This guy, he's got that double cancer.
Navigates the tides of history. Unleash creativity with our built-in editor. Gilded Destiny's designed to be moddable right from the start. The game features an editor capable of changing all content within the game without the player writing a line of code. Mod effortlessly and share your visions with the world on Steam Workshop. Gilded Destiny. Shape your nation's destiny and witness history unfold.
So, I don't know how I feel about the global map, but their most recent one was on a heads-up display. So Some of their most viewed videos are on stuff like logistics, trade. I guess we'll... So if we sort by most popular videos, we get a lot of, like, this stuff here. With, like, the actual map is, like, kind of the craziest thing to me. And it is the most viewed thing. And it's a globe. Maybe we won't get too in the weeds of... Let's see how people are voting, because if people have started to switch back to not voting, checking out Guild of Destiny, we'll maybe not check out another video. But I think that they've updated their logistics, actually, since making this video, or their logistics system, because the performance couldn't take what they were proposing in here. So, like, for me, the biggest thing is, like, you start off with, like, Vic 3 as a base, I think, in terms of how this game was designed. And this might not be fair to them, I'm not 100% sure. And then you make a wish list of all the things you want changed, and then you try and change them all. Like, look at this, can I take control? Just like... the lack of controlled militaries might be the #1 feature, in regards to... stuff. Looks like you guys are kind of switching away from voting at checking out Guild of Destiny on stream, so we'll switch back to playing. But this is something we have our eye on, and it is gonna probably be coming out this year, according to them. But like also the best laid plans of Mice and Men, etc. Alright, we are finally going to be getting into some of this stuff. Man, we've, like, actually only put stuff at the front of the queue and not actually finished anything that we, like, kind of had at the start. Henry Harper dies. We don't hate Reformer. Or he dies either way. Imperious is actually a decent trait, if I recall correctly. We have the Imperious Ambitious combo, minus 20% decree cost on top of minus 25% decree cost. Is that going to refund us a bunch of authority effectively? We have some pretty rough time modifiers. These decrees should be cheaper. We don't want to take off and then re-put on, in case it's bugged out in that way. Yikes. Oh, we need to have the PB in there. With, I guess we're not reforming our government anytime soon, because we have to keep the Industrialists in, or the Landowners, in order to keep our free slot for companies. We don't have the events for that anymore. Like, the events have stopped for the Australian Agricultural Company, but... we also need more iron mines owned by our capitalists, rather than theirs. We're losing kind of a good amount of money here, though. I think we can swing that. Women's suffrage will be nice. The Labour Party's crushing it, though. Census suffrage. I'm trying to... I still don't know which law I think is best out of, like, wealth, census, and universal. I still think it's census, but I'm not really sure. In terms of trying to get... The context is trying to get powerful, both the industrialists and the trade unionists simultaneously. It's a little bit difficult to do now. We could get a really legitimate like this. We should also be passing a law. I think we want to go undo a different form of colonialization. And with that extra... call to Australia, we will nerf down. Although it is nice getting the 5% birth rate. Alright, we have an election finished. The problem here is that it's difficult for us to keep in. We just can't keep in the Industrialists and PB unless we just go hyper illegitimate. We could pull the Intelligentsia out, the rural folk. I guess this is not too bad, except for rural folk wants to be in the Australian Labour Party. So this is what we could do. But we now have a cautious man in charge. Less infamy for us, which is always good. Uh-oh, what's this about? Oh no, they bricked our investment rights by joining against our overlord. Not like this. We need to get more construction. Someone call an ambulance. I guess since the start of the video, our pop's gone up by like 2-ish million? I guess a lot of that's actually in Zanzibar though, which kind of almost doesn't count. We have 2 years to finish our promises to New Zealand. That's coming up here. I think that this is actually a little bit less important. We really need just more construction, man. I think Victoria also has iron. A little bit. Let's try and add another 10-ish construction. Close to 20 now is within our control. The private queue is just still popping off. I mean, the GDP's coming up, so that's kind of good. When I played this mod, I went into debt. GB took 3 million worth. Not sure how RNG dependent it is. I think that whether or not they take on your debt's really RNG dependent. I think that if you kind of just play normal, it's really easy to get into debt with some of the events. We restarted and made an adjustment of deleting all of our military at the start, and that seemed to smooth things over quite a bit and make it a lot easier. Will you be going for Outer Manchuria this run? No, it's like kind of too late. We were not a subject, or sorry, we were a subject that was colonial. which meant we couldn't start wars for a really long time. And China just has over 7,000, you know, what is it, power projection, and we can't get GB to help us, I don't think. We might be able to, actually, but... Australian rules football, you have to, like, bounce... It's like dribbling, like, but American football with dribbling. New sport has emerged, borrowing elements from the association of football, Gaelic football, and rugby, with a uniquely Australian twist. Australian rules football is becoming very popular across the continent. Or it's like rugby, but you have to dribble the ball. We could encourage the formation of sporting clubs throughout Australia. We'll probably do that. Bro, 15% workforce ratio for 5 years. What is this modifier? I said we were going to promote the Great Australian Game, or I was thinking that we would, but... This option's just so much worse. We'll promote the game, recognizing that this option is just way worse. Also, government expenses is really painful. I think we'll have to increase taxes if we want football. Ooh, maybe we should stop the poll. I also found it helpful to build native reserves and up policing institutions to lower the bad events from the frontier wars. Oh, that's fair. We didn't build up too much reserves. Policing, we kind of upped a little bit. Okay, we have so much gold potentials right now. Let's actually just... We want these to finish at a reasonable time frame, because we need them to complete our promises to New Zealand, so... we need the Industrialists to stay in power. There's no way for us to have the Industrialists in power unless we decrease taxes. I guess we'll just burn money for a while. Looks like we finally got... No, the discount's not in. These should be way cheaper. It's like just bugged, right? No, we don't have that guy anymore. We don't have the guy who's ambitious plus the other one that gives reduced cost. They warned us. Let's say the settlement stays where it is. How do you get your companies up and investing when your overlord just buys all the buildings? You kind of don't. It's actually a little bit frustrating. We've been trying to get our companies for some time now. Try to get Spain and US maybe on our side. We can't because we're fighting them, right? But yeah, we're actually like getting a bunch of the buildings we construct bought out from underneath us. And we need to, so we need to have enough iron mines to create a company, but yeah, this is our problem. Currently they're all getting bought by GB and others. To be fair, they're getting bought by GB's Bachland Von & Co., which is kind of okay, because it has massive throughput, but... well, it's kind of okay because it's not going to us, but the massive throughput gets diluted into our shares. So like the level that's owned by us and not Bachland, Vaughan and Co. Is benefiting from the additional throughput from Bachland, Vaughan and Co., which is the Great British company here. So. Looks like we're gonna get colonial exploitation in then, though. I think we incorporate this. It takes forever. We have a lot of bureaucracy. I'm gonna up this and up this. Something like this. Especially because the SOL, half an SOL doesn't do anything for it because your pops can't have half SOLs. So going from 1.5 to 2 is the same as going from 1 to 2. So that's pretty substantive. Like, the 4th level of the health system is, like... The 2nd and 4th levels are the important ones. The other modifiers are good, too, but... I don't see why Paradox won't let us turn government buildings over to companies. It does, but only if you're on interventionism. Or something like this. It's like, you need to have a particular... thing, like, if you're on interventionism, and a particular thing if you're on laissez-faire. And it's like, I don't know. There's fringe cases where it's really annoying. For the most part, it works. For us, having an overlord that has a huge investment pool, it is quite annoying. We're just in these forever wars, declaring so that we have infamy, but we don't have the capability to really enforce them yet. We don't want to give up arable land permanently. Terrible. I think that we're gonna get through at a pretty good clip anyway. We'll keep the approval rating, because I think that it's not especially high for the Industrialists anyways, so... We like Australians become loyalists. I think we have been choosing this option mostly. Because throughput's also really nice. Or not this option. Sorry, this option. 200 gold, not really that expensive. Migration, industries throughput, or manufacturing industries throughput, definitely good. Yeah. Wait, what do you mean you don't have, at least one level? Wait, what? We definitely have 5 levels of barracks. Do they have to be fully employed? Fully employed is a different thing, my guy. I guess they have to be fully employed. Well, hopefully they get fully employed in the next several months. Perry Hogan. No, not Perry Hogan. Okay, so we got it completed. Got it. New Zealand stays, as it should be. The federal government, having honored its commitments to the people of New Zealand by providing equal treatment, representation, and access to resources and opportunities, has ensured New England's place within the Commonwealth of Australia. We still have this. Quinine needs 1 railway level. Queensland, Australia, and Western Australia. So I think we already have some in the queue for this. We have Quinine as well. Not the most obnoxious back down in history. No. They backed down, letting us annex them, but we can't get to this front under normal circumstances. I guess we're just going to delete our entire army to teleport. Yeah, alright. Gonna teleport all you guys. This guy's Democrat, which is, he's Democrat cautious. That might come in useful. And then I don't think we'll need, I think this will be enough. Oh, we barely have an advantage. Alright. Also give you guys some mobilization options. And I guess that'll resolve our wars for us, because we'll also get to go in on Gaza too. Oh, we already have access to the markets from Cape Colony. I didn't even realize this. That's super cute. I think we're just not worried about who's coming from what army at this point. We'll just merge those guys in. It's only 5 months, so I think the Loyalists are better. Maybe. We actually, like, maybe should pay more attention to this stuff. Just as a general type of thing. Can establish native protectorate's a weird modifier to have present in battles. I assume it's just like the mod being the mod, but... So now we have a big military. Let's do that, get rid of the conscripts. Everyone is upgrading. But I think that we will get rid of some of those. Just in general. Disband that into there. So we'll have a 20 stack. And we also want to try to think where we should expand at this point. I'm pretty sure we do have a cautious ruler. No, we don't. We could if we wanted. But the second we pull out the industrialists from government, we have problems. Oh, we have a cautious ruler right now. Got it. Is the Dutch East Indies? Oh, we still have the investment agreement with them. They don't like us going for them, though. Sintang, I think, is impassable terrain. Yeah, it is. Wee woo. I mean, up into here is not the worst place to expand. Neither is going for Bahrain. I think Bahrain in this run is a Russian subject. Well, they're not. Yeah, you might be right that loyalists are better. I forget what the exact modifiers were. This military's too big. We probably want like half this. Let's see, we could do 8 plus 7. For a nice little 15 stack. Quasmid State, Jabal Shabar, Kran, all likely to side against us. Since we're full annexing them, if we do get people siding against us, we'll just go for annexing them too. Oh, we're finally draining the investment pool out. Hell yeah. It'll take us a while to drain down 6 million at this rate. Where do these guys keep coming from, man? I mean, we're getting close to Steam Donkey. Steam Donkey's gonna be big for us. They enforced mill access. Alright. So we're gonna get a few more boats here. So we'll get up to a 10 stack of boats. Still no news from Vic 3? Nope. I hope the next DLC is Austria. We'll see. Do you have motors? Not a lot, I don't think. I think we have like 1 or 2 in here. We don't even have steel in here. We have 1 motor industry. Oh, yikes. Wait, what's this about? Do we just newly acquire? I think we just newly acquired these industries. I don't think we had them before. We have to make sure that we also have a ocean access. Oh no, we're part of the market. We do want to make sure Lourenco Marx has a port though, for if we are to get independence from GB. Maybe we should have just held on to those. But we do want them in the capital specifically. Classic Shadow Realm stuff. So currently, they don't have access to this port that's in Portugal. So from the perspective of the army, they think they're completely landlocked, even though they're not. And so we're going to need to create another army, disband this army, then they get teleported over to this army, and now we can do a landing in Bahrain. Beautiful. And we are about to finish Fremantle Harbor. What do you think about Machiavelli in Civ 7? Oh no. Or in general. In general, I think The Prince is like overrated. I think The Prince is just not a very good book. I think even if you wanted the like Machiavellian type of take on like by any means necessary kind of way of like thinking through or like that framework, I think another book, which I don't think very much of, but I think more of than The Prince, I would recommend would be 40 Rules of Power or something like this by Robert Greene. Again, I don't think very much of that book like either, but I think it's significantly better than The Prince. It's like better written, more well organized, and like The Prince, like The Prince was basically written. Okay, so like there's rulers during that time period often were just kind of dumb. Okay? And The Prince is like a bunch of guidelines on like how not to be dumb and be like, well, maybe you should like. It's been a hot minute since we've read it. I think we might even have a book review on our Ideas channel for The Prince. We could check. Because I don't remember The Prince all that well, other than I was like spectacularly unimpressed by it. I think that was before we did book reviews that we read it. Yeah, Yeah, I don't think, it was like, the Prince was like how not to be an idiot for European rulers who didn't acquire their posts through merit when it comes to, like, basic statecraft. And I don't think that there's anything, like, revolutionary in it, and I think that, yeah. In general, if I were to recommend a piece of philosophy, it would not be The Prince. Oh, I guess steel frame buildings would be really good. Put the steel on auto expand. And like drop a steel. Couple spots. It is really nice that we are getting a bunch of like, so when foreign companies buy our gold, that's really not that bad for us because we still get the minting. So that is kind of cool. Like, I wish we were using the mod where we show GDP ownership. I think that we own a very small percentage of our GDP. So like, our GDP is 16 million, our economy does not feel like a 16 million economy. And we actually have to swap back to interventionism if we want to be able to nationalize stuff. Actually, the forced nationalized war goal, I think, doesn't require it. So maybe that's what we have to go towards. US finally bodying Mexico. I think we have to accept these natives to eventually integrate them. Currently we actually have decent enactment chance, actually. We make some people a little bit upset, but no one's super upset, so maybe we'll go for that next. We just gotta finish this one. Is there any flavor of any of the releasable nations? Yes, but virtually zero. New Africa, you automatically swap off of slavery. I think that's the only releasable flavor. He's a good diplomat and competent administrator, talking about Machiavelli. It's probably an okay assessment. Oh boy. I think we just established this because we've been waiting forever to try and get the Australian companies, and we just like, are having difficulty getting it through. He'll be really unliked. After this landing, I think we delete down some of our military here. I think we have like a 10 or a 12 stack of Navy coming in, and we'll delete down our army to reflect that. Or to kind of match that. Oh, we could delete down while doing a landing. In that case, we're going to delete down these guys, which will make us have too many of the other things. And we are planning on deleting down that cavalry, but the too many of the other things lets us land faster because it decreases the max of this, and so our landing gets to pop off. And then we can delete the cavalry. But we're losing too much money here. We should have gone wealth voting, considering we want to keep in our industrialist forever. /need the industrialist to be strong. It also doesn't help that we own such a small percentage of the industries. Actually, I think that's the problem more so than like that is a reason to have gone wealth voting, I guess. If we like look at our registry, and we just look at like logging camps, maybe half the ownership is ours. All right, cotton plantations, got maybe half. Iron mines. We own a very small portion of our iron mines because almost all of them are in Australia and most of those are foreign owned. We own a lot of these. We have a company for this though. Maybe it's just good that we have company for things. I don't know. Hey, Duke Jin, how you going? How's it going? It would be nice if something like Poland get unique journal entries, but it's probably a very low priority. Oh, Poland has some unique stuff, I think. But I think that their unique stuff is like shared with like Krakow. I don't think it's like unique. Also, we're just like losing way too much money here. The gov wages are the problem. Alright, we don't have a rev here. God, 25 gold potential in total here. Oh, maybe we shouldn't delete those gov admins. We're just trying to rake back costs, man. Maybe the inbred sheep, not like this. Rather insular without expanding the foreign merino breeding pairs. There's unfortunately been some inbred sheep. No, not like this. We need to expand the breeding programs. Not 100% sure the removing the tax on those guys is good, but I think it is. Oh, we didn't mean to remove that. I guess a 10 stack is probably fine. I think we could get in here on a 10 stack. That decreases some of the government wages as well. I think that we should also just have everything be Anchorage here. Yeah, I probably should have had that all along. Saves us a little bit of money. And we don't have to worry about the convoys in the market right now. So we will also try and go, why can't we go equal rights? The 35% prediction that we had before was a result of us having positive like law pass events. That bug's kind of a big sad sometimes when you get excited about being able to do something and you don't read it closely. Women's suffrage would be alright. I think we have a thing for trying to pass restricted. Oh no, it timed out. Let's try and go total separation here. Which will help the Aborigines. Plus 20 minimum accepted for a native social class. If we get this, we could probably get equal rights much easier because the native social class would be stronger. Get the Aboriginal national movement. The problem is there's very little support, but if, for example, there was a lot more clout on these guys because we accepted their religion, then it would be easier. It's unfortunate we're passing something for them, and they're resisting it. Such is life, though, I guess. Did we really fail to land Bahrain? How'd that work? We'll get the up to 10 stack Navy up to the front. I think we do the ones where we're getting some of the interior stuff. And then we also get to colonize not adjacent to us. Which is going to be nice here. We want them to get more pop attraction. We don't want this activism to pop, though. Maybe we can't do both. Is there downsides to running mid-gov wages the whole time? It saves so much money. Not really. There's not a substantive downside. The downside is those pops get less money. The downside is that you get minus 20% prestige. There's context to which prestige matters. So pulling people into your block and getting a lot of the block actions and you know, attempting to get what's it called? This is the wrong tab. Attempting to get power block embassies is contingent on prestige. So if I'm not mistaken, so there's stuff where prestige matters, and minus 20% prestige is a big modifier. The approval is definitely a non-factor, but generally speaking, yeah, you want to run low gov wages the whole time. Interestingly, though, the modifiers to wages are additive with each other. And so when we have consequences for low and high acceptance value, which includes, you know, wages for the full acceptance and second-class citizens, this stacks additively. So, and the government wages, there are restrictions on who can be employed in the government based on what you have. And so, generally speaking, I think it might be kind of okay to do cultural exclusion, but multiculturalism allows you to have the biggest reduction in this minus wage cost, gov wage cost, possible, because it stacks additively. Because if you have minus 30% and then you add on top of that plus 15%, which is what we're currently doing, because in order to work in government, you have to be accepted under racial segregation. You have to be like 60 plus, and if you're 60 plus, you're at least, I think a lot of them are at least a second-class citizen. Let's see. So they have to be, we can have open prejudice and minus wage. So it's ideal that our government employees would all be under open prejudice, I suppose, right? Because then we would be getting minus 40% on the wages. Maybe racial segregation is actually super good then. Hold up. The thing is it's often very hard to get to be in the band between 60 and 80. Government employees tend to be. Is there a way to sort by gov employees? No, but we know that all academics are going to be gov employees. Right, and these are all full acceptance. So because they're all full acceptance, we might have minus 30% wages, but it's actually only minus 15% wages. I think a lot of clerks are employed in some government stuff. Yeah, it looks like mostly railways and also these institutions. So if we look at acceptance, or let's look at which are the most populous. So here, they're getting minus wages, and so we're saving money here. Now, to be fair, the ones that are the most expensive are the wage multiplier for clerks is like 1 or 1.5. The wage multiplier for academics is like 4 or 6. I think it's 4. And we have way more clerks. Okay, we got way more clerks though. So, the Soto clerks we're saving money on. The English clerks are more expensive. But these are not, the requirement is for the middle and upper strata hiring, not the lower strata. So it is nice when our lower strata gets hired by someone who is more discriminated against. Kind of. It also does polarize, SOL here. But, like, see, minus 30% wage. So if we have someone under violent hostility, right, that is also a gov employee, this stacks additively with this. So they'll have minus 60% wages, which is really bad for their SOL. Right? So if we look at the clerks here, how the hell do you have 18 SOL? Oh, sorry, they're working in an urban center. Can we exclude urban centers? God, that's obnoxious. We can't, since urban centers aren't a building, can we not exclude them? I want to exclude based on what building you're working in. Alright, we could sort by stuff, though. Okay, we got Rajput people working. We got some Rajput clerks. And these guys make very little. They should be getting minus 60... They should be getting minus 70% wages. They're a really small pop group, though. We want something bigger, so it's easier to look at. But maybe, I mean, they just die out when this happens, right? They're just uber destitute. Because they're getting minus 10% on the religion, minus 30% from reduced wages, and minus 30%. So to the extent that it kills your pops, I guess it's bad. Did you pay the clerks? Hell nah. Not these ones. We paid them nothing. So, like, when you... So the thing is we actually don't really want to take money from people with wage multipliers of 1 and 1.5 as much. So even though this stacks additively and we get to uber reduce gov wages, we would prefer to do that on pops like academics and not do it on pops like clerks and laborers. But that's very fascinating that they're just, like, all dying. We were gonna make a video on this, as part of like the Jewish Japan run, because this is something that we were looking at. But these guys are a fairly big group. Clerks working in the port, 200 pop, wrong religion. Somehow are not poor though. Why is that? The gov wage multiplier just doesn't show up here. But they're working in a government job. It should be minus 70% wages. Why are you getting paid so much? Like, when we look at this clerk, we see, like... Man, are they not getting paid? We see these clerks are impoverished. Let's come back to these. These guys are SOL 10 though. That's significantly lower than the other clerks that are like 14, right? So, in terms of the buy basket, that's like... without busting out the spreadsheet, that sounds right in terms of like, what is it? These guys will have... Let's see if they have any negative wage multipliers. No, they have a plus wage multiplier, so they're getting paid 110%, and these guys are getting paid ostensibly 40%. That actually doesn't sound right. Or sorry, 30%. So, hide your kids, everyone. The spreadsheet's coming. It looks like you paid the clerks, not like this. I should have learned the art of the deal where you stiff people. Do we not even have the buy baskets in here? I don't think we have the buy basket spreadsheet in here. I think we have the stuff related to class, I think we have somewhere else. Let me see if I can find it. Alright, so this is buy packages. Total needs at SOL here are 519. And these guys should be getting paid like 3 times as much as what these guys should be getting paid. Is the government wages thing just not applying? Ah, a spreadsheet. Oh no. Oh no, wait. We should be comparing 80% and 30%, right? Because one of them is getting minus 40% from baseline for not accepted religion and not accepted pop. And then the other one's getting plus 10%. And both are getting minus 30%. So one should be 30%, one should be 80%. So the buy basket... This is wrong. What's going on? Like 30% versus 80% is 233%. The buy basket of the other guy should be 233% of this. So like was that 750-ish. So the other guy should be like 18 SOL. So this is not being applied properly. What if we thought of it as 70% versus 110%? Then the math makes sense. It's like an extra plus 50-ish%. Give or take, because you can't have partial SOLs. The gov wage multiplier is not it's not being applied. The reduced wages, it's not being applied here. Why? So for those of you who are just coming in, we're comparing these guys to like one of these 14 SOL guys. I mean, the price of their buy basket... Nope, the price of their buy basket's basically the same. 6.9 plus 6.9% versus plus 7.2%. And the math makes sense if the gov wages aren't being applied to clerks, or the gov wage multiplier. Does it stack multiplicatively? And we just had... We verified that it stacked additively before, but maybe we just... We're at one of those spots where the math looks the same. Okay, these guys get 5.56. And these guys get 16.9. This is, of course, with different populations. 5.56, 16.9. 5.56, 16.9. So their SOL should not have changed because it takes too long. Oh wow, it doesn't stack additively. That's news to me. It stacks multiplicatively. I must update the Discord. Interesting. So if it stacks multiplicatively, what does that mean for the math? It means that reductions, anything that's sub 100% is going to be reduced less relative to additive, and anything that's over 100% is going to be increased more. Because if we have 110% and we add 30% to that, it's going to be 1.3 times 1.1, which is greater than 1.4, if I'm not mistaken. God, I feel like I'm mistaken, but I feel like... Logically, it doesn't sound like I'm mistaken. I just have the feeling, so let's do that real quick. 1.3 times 1.1 should just be a little slightly over 1.4. Yeah, it's 1.43. So I should be able to just do that in my head. I don't know why I busted out a calculator for that. I'm terrified of doing math on stream just in general. Because you're like trying to talk and trying to focus on multiple things, and like generally the math is like way worse. And you also feel really stupid when you get the math wrong. So that means positive wage multipliers are even more painful. And negative ones aren't as useful. I guess we'll continue on, but I was mistaken with how that operated. Bruh, how are you not able to get into Bahrain? What is this? What is this dark wizardry? Wait, actual what? We have more troops, and I assume better... What? Why does Bahrain have so much defense? Don't tell me you have skirmish infantry. You have line infantry. Curious. How did it operate? I came back to the room and this spreadsheet was gone. Oh, I discovered I was mistaken. When we did the math to verify that gov wages, this gov wages budget thing stacked additively with pluses and minuses to wages as a result of citizenship and religion, we discovered that they stack multiplicatively, not additively. I'm actually not 100% sure if they don't further stack multiplicatively. Like, if we take a look at this guy... Right, he has a 10% modifier and a 30% modifier. This is harder to, like, do when you get into the smaller numbers. But it could be the case that this is minus 60%, right? Or it could be the case that it's minus 63%, where you go down to 70%, and then you apply the minus 10%, so then it's a minus 7% instead of minus 10, so in which case it's 63%. It also could be the case that it's if this 10% is applied first, then it's 0.9 times 0.7, right? So, oh, the order doesn't matter. That's right. Math is hard. But it could be 63%, or it could be... Verifying that's a little harder than verifying with this, because this we can just increase up and down. So... I don't know, there's a lot of opacity to some things in this game. I can't believe we're not getting in with a 10 stack on this. Maybe we subjugate some Ethiopia, just for Yankees fan. The shuffle to get to Kaffa to get over here is like not entirely like crazy. Just making sure that no one huge joins against us. It looks like that is not the case. You kidding me? We can't land Bahrain. Wild. That's insane, dog. Yeah, then you can release play as. Show me the real Australia. We're planning on doing the maneuver from here into here. Great Britain's enforcing military access. Looks like we're on the same side of a play as them now. Who do we have currently supporting our independence? France. And then how is our... We are gaining Liberty Desire here at a pretty nice clip. Sorry, we're not gaining Liberty Desire. Now our Liberty Desire is high. And we have poor relations. We have 100% movement that's... Okay. Let's maybe cancel this and deal with the rebels. Not get caught in any weird situation. GB is currently involved in a conflict, so we don't want them to Unfortunately... Oh wow, that's the... Alright. We should have let them have control of their market. Whoops. That's nice. It's going to increase our construction a lot here. And the rate at which we can drain the investment pool, which to be fair, it's draining at a decent clip anyways, so it's not like, yeah, it's draining at a decent clip anyways. I know we have oil. We can't demand... Alright, whatever. Put in this one stack. Ooh, feminist. Hell yeah, brother. There's one stack will land up here. Yeah, not quite at the point where I think we could swap everything up to steel frame. We might be after this rev, though. We'll see how things feel. This is the capital, so just looking to push that as quickly as possible. Because we're going to win on the fronts, too, but it's kind of unfortunate because we wanted that movement to stick around. That gives us a bunch of authority here, though. Feminist movement unfortunately doesn't care about multiculturalism, and an anarchist movement would. Hey Copsy, how's it going? Fuck Spain and invading it? Yeah. True. That's why you get GB on your side. Then you have Gibraltar. Or France. Or Portugal. You know what they don't expect in Spain? An Inquisition. You should try that. Oh, it hasn't finished its invasion yet? Oh, fair. Oh, you have a 2-stack defending now? Yeah, also fair. Also fair. 250 million Spanish soldiers? Wait, what? That doesn't sound right. That sounds like you're playing with mod. I can't help you, my friend. Wait, did we pick the wrong option? Does that one give enactment chance? Thought that option gave 20% enactment chance. They didn't expect the main to be blamed on Spain. It's just 250, but I'm losing my mind. It's just 250 soldiers, or it's just 250 battalions? 250 battalions is a lot of battalions. 250 soldiers is a quarter of a battalion. Wow. Wow, we could expel diplomats. I don't think we do, but we can if we want to. Oh no. We eventually win versus these guys, but because they get ticked down automatically, I think. Oh, we should check. Oh, GB's gonna get ticked out. We actually need to win this. Not like this. Right? Ah, the bigot won. The truth hurts. I hate it when the bigot wins. I hate it when the bigot wins. It's the worst. Building 10 hussars. What are you gonna do with that, buddy? What are you gonna do with that, buddy? Yeah, 250 battalions is a lot. Would we prefer him as a nihilist? Alright, first of all, he is leader of the PBE. And we are trying to pass total separation here. Jurgen, hello. How's it going? Denchai, hello. Do you also play Hoi? No, not really. I actually think I've never played Hoi on stream. I have a couple hundred hours on it, but I don't think I've played it on stream or in a video. Oh boy. I was hoping we would get, if we founded the colony adjacent, we could just move the army over. Oh, this is so silly. Maybe we try and let GB land it. It looks like we're just not getting in like this. And once GB capitulates, we can get ticked out. And GB will eventually capitulate here. Oh, we can't land. We can't land like a 7-stack into a 2-stack. Oh wait, they are doing a naval invasion. Wait, where's ours? Alright, that works, that works, that works. So once we finish that, our army should be in a better shape. I think we will swap. Total separation is nice. It ought to give quite a bit more power to the indigenous, but the indigenous have none right now. Yeah, they couldn't hold on for just a little while longer for us to try and pass equal rights. We do want women's suffrage. Eventually. Let's go elected bureaucrats. Easy pass. And it's kind of what we are having difficulty paying for as institutions rather than stuff. I didn't realize it was Australia. Oh yeah, sorry. We're playing the Australian and New Zealand flavor mod. You only make Vic 3 videos then? Yeah, we've been playing Civilization 7 recently, but every Saturday is Vic 3 stream. Except for next Saturday. Something came up for next Saturday, so we're not going to be streaming next Saturday. Okay. We're gonna put 2 infantry at the start of the queue. And then look where we have the most peasants. That is incorporated. Or doesn't have. Oh, what are we doing? There was just a delay on getting the armies situated. Alright, to be fair though, we do want 2 more ships. Oops. Let's see if we can land Coletti. Still need to land Bahrain. Man, really struggling. Are we barely losing money? I think we're in okay shape. I mean, we're going to run out of investment pool pretty soon. If we got independence from... The thing is, going after independence, I don't think we could simultaneously ask for... If we ask for independence, can we simultaneously ask for ownership of everything? Our liberty desire is going down, not like this. All right. I think we'll choose this option. Just trying to think if... I'm not sure if we want independence, just in terms of like actually looking at a lot of the flavor events. I don't know if independence is good or bad for more events. We do not have very long to get that. And it canceled our queue in production on it. We actually have to do that. It says there is a railroad in Quinine. Okay, let's just try and get a railway throughout all these places. I think Western Australia was the place that needed the urbanization. Level 2. We'll do this and try and get stuff through faster. We have a year, but we have 162 construction here. If construction sectors add urbanization, doesn't come up too often where you're caring about this. They do, they add quite a bit. They add 5 per level, and one of these adds 5 per level. Construction sectors are half the production though. So let's do this. Just add way more construction sectors. We can increase taxes if we have to. But I'm pretty sure it's Western Australia. God, we're not gonna... Oh no, we're not gonna make it, man. We're still at urbanization 0. How do you have 0 urbanization? Wait, what? That's just bugged. We should have 20 here, 20 here, 40, 45, 55. We should have 60. Plus these coming in will get it up to 85. So we should almost have one level. Does it only show up when you have the level? Maybe that's... it only shows up when you have the level. This one kind of snuck up on us a little bit. I wonder what happens when we fail this journal entry, though. Like, if we succeeded, like, obviously he just stays and nothing happens. I wonder what Broken Promises looks like. So maybe this isn't so bad after all, in terms of it being interesting. I think that we don't have too much... oh, we do have some shipyards. Alright, fair enough. Our PMs did get a little bit messed up by the Rev. Let's maybe go back through them. Let's quickly do this, though, and... no, actually, we don't... we want our ports to actually be on all anchorages, not industrial. We have potential for, like, another ton of mines, actually. Because we have, like, 30 in Transvaal and Orania. There, that's what we wanted, mainly. Cool. Let's land our 12 stack into here. Oh, they're in the British market. Kaffa's been subjugated. Kaffa's fallen. No. It's kind of a lot of gov expenses. Okay, as we finish these buildings, do we get the urbanization? Okay, we kind of do. I'm pretty sure it's Western Australia that needs to have the urbanization to 2, though. It will only tell us the urbanization, got it, if we're above the certain level, the first level. These are like 10, so 10 urbanization. Yeah, we're just not going to get it in 3 months. I guess that kind of works out. We also cannot afford our current level of construction anyways. Just gonna swap over a few key industries. Usually it's a little bit sensitive. The construction conglomerate's not... probably actually not good. The reason being is we're planning on leaving the British market as soon as we get independence from Great Britain. It would go away. Doesn't let you keep it in. Our ability to keep in the Industrialist is not possible. The question of railway standardization. Several of our provincial governments have been busy building their own rail system. Okay, so this is as we're finishing some of this rails down here. Are they built to different track gauges? No, not like this. Meaning that when they connect to another province network, they can't. Not like this. Let's standardize that bizzle. We'll tell them to kick rocks. Rajput people are getting opium addiction, not like this. So this is the thing where we lose a slot where we need to have either the Industrialists or the other guys in. So here's to putting the Industrialists in. Maybe we just have to eat this. Oh, that's sad. We couldn't get it in time. Before some stupid event gives us an agitator. I kind of expected that would be what it is, but I was hoping we would get some sort of conflict. Britain doesn't like that idea. Westernalia. I guess we'll get it back eventually. Wait, what? Did Harar occupy it from us? I missed that memo. I was unaware. More than happy to add gold mines. Just in general. The auto queue isn't going to add it. Actually put them in auto expand. Well, kind of mixed level of happiness actually, because we would prefer our private queue pick it up, because when we build it, it's going to instantly get scooped by someone else. We'll just eventually be trying to rake it back though. Like when we get independence. I don't think this declares war when they say no. I think it allows us to declare war, right? Pretty sure that's how that works. They'll support our independence. So we would have France. Wow, France only has 117 battalions. Is the Raj disloyal? Do some of that. I mean, if we declared on Westralia, specifically. No, this doesn't work. It doesn't work because GB is likely to join against us. Unless we're on the same side of a play as them. So I guess no, but then if we're on the same side of a play as them, then we're on the same side of a play as Westralia. Right? It never ends. We also can't go into Kaffa because GB has a stranglehold on it. This makes the support mutual. We just hope that they don't deck on GB. Maybe if we can get these guys to like us, we can also get them to get independence too here. I think a lot of our auto expands also got bricked. It's gonna kick stuff in the queue, no? No, I guess not. think we need a port. Doodles. Doodles being the dev who's responsible for this change, I think. Australia looks like a map of the US congressional districts. Oh man, the truth hurts. We do love ourselves a little gerrymandering. I don't think we can... We've been wanting to do the Iron Company for forever. The unique Iron Company. But GB comes in and swoops in and buys everything. Generic steel for 5% construction efficiency isn't like the worst. The company we want is... This one's not terrible either. It's not the one we're looking for, though. This one would be interesting if if it were possible to... I feel like this part of the mod was designed before they changed company ownership. Because throughput on urban centers and ports and trade centers is all actually really good. The problem is that none of those buildings now can be owned by companies because of how companies acquire buildings. Minus cost of convoy port connections is good. Trade route volume's good. Convoys are good. This is a really good company in terms of its prosperity bonus, but good luck getting that on the shipyards. Generally pretty hard to do unless you're interventionism. In which case, this won't outperform a canal company for some time. I've not seen this mod before. I assume the end boss are the emus. The end boss is the emus. But it's like one of those end bosses where you're supposed to lose. Like that one last level in that Halo game. I forget which Halo. Where like your objective is to survive. And there's no... The help never comes. You just play endlessly until you die. And more waves of enemies arrive. That's what the mod does in 36. The emus come. The emus arrive. And you are devastated by the reality of the situation. So this is the company we want to slot in. We need 5 building levels available to transfer. We haven't at any one point in time had 5 available to transfer. We could just build and subsidize enough coal, but the problem is like, the problem is the ownership. It's actually just so hard to execute. It wouldn't be hard under interventionism. Maybe we go interventionism just for that. We could go extraction economy. Hot damn. I think it used to be negative contribution, not contribution efficiency, which doesn't actually delete money. At which point, like, it actually would maybe make sense to go extraction economy. But then they changed it to efficiency. I mean, we lose a company slot if we do this. It's probably, once we get independence from GB, it probably doesn't matter too much. Just we own such a not nice share of our GDP. Maybe if we just rush build several levels, it works. Probably not. Ah. Where do we go? Oh, is this... we can't declare war on them because they're the rebellion? No, because they're part of Russia. ODST? Damn this lore. Emus, Covenant, Reach. I feel like the Covenant is inferior as an enemy to the Emus. You're so right. How did that... I actually need to like look up the Australia Emus thing to know it a little bit better. What is this? I haven't seen this before. I mean, I understand what it's doing. These dark satanic mills? The rural folk are dissatisfied with the inclusion of the industrialists in government. Does the mod ensure that any criminals that emerge in the UK and Ireland get transported to Australia? I think it does, but we're past that point. We've lost, that, state of affairs. Just from Super Germany is Luxembourg. Still no luxurious Luxembourg achievement though, rip. That achievement used to be way easier. Or, of course, the just game in general used to be way easier, so... We want to return state Westralia, so... Now 1 week on everything. Okay, so now can we slot in the company? We have level 5, bro. Just the thing is, I think it's supposed to be level 5 owned by capitalists. So we have to hope that our capitalists and not GBs buy these levels that we have. Because we own the levels. But they're up for sale. They're actually just not profitable at all, though. Because we don't have enough workers. Classic struggle. Okay, so considering the state of affairs here, I think we do, well, Gonna say, I think we delete a couple construction sectors, because that way we could return some of the labor. I mean, I guess we could kind of just max out gold mines. It's hard for that to be bad. We'll take you. I choose you, syphilitic market liberal. I think Akon should get to do Australia's national anthem. Jesus. Jesus. Akon hasn't been in, like, the cultural Milo for a minute. I feel like. Not a Shadow Realm army. This will be a West Africa army. I only give the most contemporary pop. Yeah, exactly. I was like, Akon. Is Kanye the new Akon? Discuss. Yeah, I think that's probably a no, but. In terms of what they've gotten in trouble for, both are black pop stars that have gotten in trouble. But I think that's kind of where the similarities stop, right? Insufficient tax capacity there. What? Oh, I think it's because we decided to take our relations with Great Britain. So that we could maybe go for independence. Which we could go for right now. The thing is, I don't think France competently defends us. Yeah, it's just so hard to get our economy off the ground here because of how GB just like owns everything in our economy. I mean, we've kind of managed to drain out our investment pool, so that's less the case. But I think it's like half of our economy, so it's like we have a 12 million economy. But also it's harder to get... we're having some trouble getting people to come to our country. Maybe we have to do that in order to get towards equal rights. It's like a stepping stone thing. We know what's best for you, except we don't. You think EU4 will be HOE4 plus VIC3? It seems like, It seems like they're incorporating, like, good stuff from all of the games and then kind of taking out the bad stuff. But I think it'd be closer to Vic 3 plus Imperator. Like, if you wanted to say that it's a combination of the two. This event is bugged. I'm gonna screenshot it. But the thing is it changes someone other than who you want. We would love for Peter, or I know that this option is bugged, the bottom option. Peter Lawler, currently a nihilist, change him to radical. Let's see if this one also misses. So what this one does is it changes someone other than Robert Donovan to a reformer. Let's see if this changes our leader to a radical. It does. So it's only the final option that's bugged. Interesting. The cautious alcoholic, you love to see it. Mass poisoning in Australian Canberra. Not like this. We will investigate. How much of our economy is actually minting? 60,000, and a little less than half of the minting is from GDP. It's a lot of days, dog. Alright, settlement is staying. All I want from EU5 is the ability to collect every national monument in the British Museum, as God intended. I would love for there to be a museum mod. I think that a lot of essences of, like, the Victorian era are properly captured. Like, the relationship of, like, colonialism, I think, is not really captured in any type of mechanic other than just, like, being technologically backward and being recognized. You know, a lot of the countries that were victims, let's say, of colonization, I guess there is a bit of you know, flavor regarding EIC specifically. There's actually quite a bit. So I guess accepting the EIC, but the nature at which how being a like a resource oriented economy will tend to slow your industrialization progress, and also how, like, Great Britain's naval dominance really projected an ability to do things around the world, and it's not, like, properly really reflected in game. And I would like there to be more of those things. I forgot the point I was going to make here, but a lot of rivals here for GB, which works for us, because we can probably get more people supporting our independence. An ancestor from CK3? Yep, you know it. They brought everything good in. I mean, like, so... I think it was the last Dev Diary, or the last Tinto Talk. Maybe it was the one before. But Johan was throwing shade about... So in Victoria 3, you have a bunch of different buildings. Here we have 8, 15, 23, 24, 25... plus 12. 37 different building types here. 37 different types of buildings. What EU4 does substantively different... Did I say 34 or 37? I think I said 37. What EU4 does substantively different... Or wait, 38, 39, 40, 41. 41 different types of buildings. What EU4 is doing substantively different is they don't fracture the pops based on building. And so when we look at the populations here, or sorry, when we look at, when we look at all this here, they pool all the laborers together. There's one group of laborers instead of 40 groups of laborers. And they do get separated based on culture and religion. These are just laborers we're looking at here in just this one state. Look at this. Just laborers in just one state. And what EU4, like, or sorry, what EU5 is going to, or it might not be called that, but what it's going to drop off is, like, we're not going to do that anymore. We're not going to separate, we're not going to separate based on building, because that's too much a drag on performance. And so, like, when you have 1/40th the stuff processing, it's, like, a very significant decrease. Not to mention that the political activity EU5 is also not going to track, right? I think. And, like, political involvement is something that gets tracked on POPs and, like, this type of thing. Even politically unaligned. But these are all the laborers. This is just the laborers in just this state. This is not for all the country. We're still scrolling. And, I mean, it depends what type of game you want to make. But I don't think you get too much out of differentiating between one laborer or the other, so... And I think that you have a budget. You have a performance budget, right? The game is gated by technology. You have a performance budget, and so you have to decide how important it is to differentiate between the laborers in this building and the laborers in this building. And I think it's not that important, except with Workers' Cooperative it is. I think you mean EU5, Project Caesar, or Project Teaser. Excuse me? Don't you mean Project Tizar? So less complex pop-wise. Yes, it is not as granular. I forget, I was trying to make a broader point, but, like, my broader point is, like, they're taking from Vic 3, like, my favorite stuff, which is, like, this. This is what I love. I love the dynamic prices and how PMs change and, like, this type of stuff. And then they're leaving on the table something I don't really care about, which is, you know, some of the differentiation here. We could do the same thing with machinists. You know? These are all the machinists. This is just one state. All the different fragmentations of machinists. Right? And so, now to be fair, there are significant payouts here in Victoria 3 as a result of doing this, which is you actually, the politics, the emergent behavior you get from POPs, insofar as they inform politics, is going to be far more interesting than EU5 will be able to provide. But I think that they're, like, in terms of, like, the budget you are paying, the performance budget you're paying for this, and I'm not a game developer, so I actually don't know how much the performance budget is on this. I think that it just seems to me to be the case that you're not having, like, enough payout And so that was just all the machinists, right? I think laborers are by far the most populous one. Like, if we looked at something like, there won't be a lot of capitalists. I mean, there's still kind of a lot of capitalists. I think they're only present in one building. Right? Oh, no, no, no. They're present in both the company and the financial districts. That's fair enough. Forgot to sub this month, my bad. Oh no, you're good, Dropo. You're good, you're good. You are like the longest standing sub, I think. Even if it's not consecutive. I very much appreciate it, even if you take a month off or what have you. Thank you for the 13 months. Big nice. Always nice to have you in here. You don't chat very much, but you've been here for like one of the OGs. Cause you were around like on, if I recall correctly, you've been around on YouTube since before I started streaming on Twitch. It's impressive, that political system, but difficult to understand. Yeah, I mean, the politics is the super interesting thing. This is the payout. And I mean, I think EU5 is just, I mean, how much do we love the emergent politics system? Like, in terms of, like, I think Victoria 3 will be more interesting, but, like, EU5, like, more fun to play kind of thing. Like, as it relates specifically to the handling of pops. Because on EU5, you're getting, like, a budget, like, return and, like, this type of stuff. And generally speaking, I care less about the politics than I do the economics. I think the economics of Victoria 3 are really sweet and interesting. And, like, I'm not as concerned with the politics. So, although, I mean, the politics is, like, sweet and interesting, too. And, like, I wish there was more narrative structure surrounding the politics and ideology and movements of this type of stuff, and how your pops care about you know, interest groups and stuff. I wish there was more of that in terms of the feedback you got as a player, because I think that most players, like, don't really look at the census data very much. And, like, okay, it's sometimes interesting to look at this, but his longest sub will always be a Twitcher, regardless of how loyal his YouTube followers have been. Rigged. Not like this. What if he forgets enough months? Yankees fan throwing some shade. I like to pick my spots. So how I know Generalist Gaming loves Twitch more. Twitch just automatically gives you the sub button, if I recall correctly. Vicky might be more like CK, where you RP a bunch of stuff. EU5 is becoming like EU4 2.0. Not a lot of RP there. Well, like, with Vicky, I think it's more systems than RP, because you're really not focused on this type of stuff. Like, I think that they, like, the way in which political strength, like, you can see these guys' political strength change over time. And the changing of political strength of different demographics is, like, not really, like, you don't really get feedback for this type of thing, but this is an interesting thing. Like, what Victoria 3 does that's really interesting, the feedback you get as a player is almost entirely opaque. Like, okay. We'll do a little poll how much time people spend in census data. Alright, my personal answer to this is I spend less than 5% of my Wiki time in looking at the census data. I actually wonder who's more OG between Yankees fan and Joe Pro. Like, in terms of chronology. I also really like that jobs were linked to their political preference. I definitely like that, too. It's a very materialistic way of looking at it. Now they also... There's, like, political movements as well. But, like, the UI does a poor job of, like, making you care about this and giving you feedback on this. Just in general. And, like... Also, like, if you ask someone who plays Vic 3, hey, yo, what's Vic 3 about? They don't say this. But, like, this is, in terms of the game's investment, in terms of performance budget, I think that this is just a huge proportion of its performance budget. Like, these guys are having a bit of a tumble here. The Australians in the urban center. Their political strength is collapsing. Why? Because their SOL is collapsing. Slightly. And Vic 3 also wants to be about demographics, not like a great men of history type narrative. So, like, CK is like RP, great men of history type thing. But, like, it's so much easier for people to latch on to, like, people, like, figureheads than it is, like, an entire movement, especially when there's very little in the UI that's like making you care or giving you feedback. I mean, we have political movements too. All we've been doing is suppressing the absolutist movement for a while now. Good old Charles. No! Why'd you stick it in, Charles Dickens? But I don't... I've been trying to think of, like, how Victoria 3 can possibly relay what it's doing that's interesting better to the player. How to open census data? Exactly. Proving my point. If you... I assume that's a joke, but if you don't actually know... you go into the population tab and it's the census data button down here. I would like the war logistics system from 4. From Hoi 4. Hoi 4. I would too. The warfare, like if warfare is important to you, I think you just don't play Vic 3. I don't really care that much about warfare. Although in Vic 3, like, I feel like I spend a really large amount of time doing it, considering I don't care about it. You know what I mean? Look at this. This is a tale of downfall, struggle, and picking yourself up by your bootstraps. I discovered your channel after it had been out for a year or so. I think Joe Pro might have been here longer than. I think Joe Pro was probably in I think like 6 months in or something like this. Actually, you know what? No, but my channel, Vic 3 was like 3 months into my channel being born. I only use it to see which pops are angry. Hey Renee, how's it going? Yeah. The warfare in Vicky 3 is atrocious. I agree. If the game was just Vicky's warfare, it would actually just be stone unplayable. But this stuff's like interesting. We could see Like the people who are dropping an SOL. And like, sort by standard of living. Oh, that's wild as hell. The most affluent people aren't even capitalists for us. What the hell? So yeah, like the notion that we have such a strong middle class because the capitalists are all in Great Britain is like something that's... Wait, why is that, dude? I mean, I get that these guys are clerk ownership, they're ownership clerks, but why are they getting paid way more than the capitalists? Oh, because the capitalists have a bigger investment pool contribution, but proportionally, these guys are supposed to own less of the ownership. They're supposed to own like 1/6 of the ownership, and it's spread out over a similar number of pops. So I don't know why these guys... Why are you making so much money? Well, this has barely any pops, so that might just be like a weird thing. But okay, here we have clerks. We have 1/3 of the clerks. Right, but these clerks have only 1/6 of the investment pool. So is it just the base wages are so valuable? The clerks are getting like 16% of the income, spread amounts 1K pop. The capitalists are getting 83% of like the dividends. Why is the clerk's SOL so much higher? Wait, I'm actually confused. I put like 100 hours into Vic 3. You over here waiting 3 months for some invasion to finally go through because the army is at 99% morale? You mean organization, but I know what you mean. Compared to 2,700 Hoy hours. Yeah, I mean, if you like warfare, absolutely play Hoy over this game. Does anyone have any idea why this might be, though? Average annual wage is 54 or 56. In this building. Weekly pop income is 29. I wish this was displayed in per capita, not absolute. I know capital... Is it the workforce ratio? Maybe it's the workforce ratio. If I recall correctly, capitalists actually have worse workforce ratio. That's wild as hell if that's driving that. And the academics at the university somehow have more SOL or more higher SOL. Wait, where are our capitalists actually? Did we exclude capitalists from this? Oh, I'm stupid. Sorry, chat, I'm stupid. I'm real dumb. Clergymen are the richest, but anything with like 1 or 2, or like a sub 100 pops. Wait, how many are there? Yeah, when there's really not a lot of... Wait. Okay, this is the number of pops. Anything with a really low number of pops you can kind of ignore. But yeah, okay, it's all capitalists. I was so confused, chat. This looks more correct. How's Pal World? I haven't played Pal World in forever. I started watching this light bulb a year before he got into Pal World. Oh, baby. Both old timers, no need to compete. That's fair, that's fair. What companies do we have? What tax? Yeah. Taxes is an interesting one, though. Would that affect one rate higher than the other or lower than the other? Our companies are this. I assume you're asking because you're trying to diagnose, or you were trying to diagnose. You should have come to the simplest conclusion. Generalist is a dum-dum, and he forgets his filters. But, like, looking at the census data, right, you have... Like, there are stories to tell, like, in terms of the changing SOL of pops. And Vicky 3 doesn't tell that. And so, yeah, I mean, we're kind of beating the dead horse. There's a huge investment on this super granular tracking, and it creates really interesting, like, emergent, like, things in terms of politics and, like, laws, but, like, this information is not really conveyed to the player in a substantive way. And, like, we could think about, like, the rise and fall of the humble owner of the, like, furniture manufactory in, like, Australia or something. But it's, like, it's too... the entire, like, thing... Like, the... Okay, so here's... The user experience is so unbelievably macro. You're looking at, like, all the buildings in your economy, the entire reflection of your economy, like, all this type of stuff. And I get that it's emergent from, like, super micro effects, but, like, the investment of, like, the resources investment for the actual game itself is so unbelievably micro, because we're tracking all this stuff at a really, like, granular level. He hasn't touched Pal World for more than a year now. Yeah, I haven't, except for the opening salvo, I haven't played Pal World. I assume that, like, my progress is scuffed and I don't want to start from zero. I assume that patches have bricked my world or whatever, which might not be correct, but got him. Yeah, basically. Not like this. So... Great Britain is enforcing military access. The Raj starts to support us more. Will maybe be an okay spot. Problem is, if Great Britain's ever at war and Raj is helping about, then all that kind of dries up. I don't think the Trucial Coast is really going to get too much done in terms of that. There. What's this? Lahej? Bueller? The good old spreadsheet filters, though. And then, in terms of the poll, you guys are saying... less than 5% for, like, 90% of you. Yeah. Not that I would want the information to be, like, given to the player in terms of that as a UI. I mean, the thing is they functionally speaking, the overarching theme of the UI is map painting, and maybe it shouldn't even be map painting, where you're showing this massive map and you're looking at it, this type of thing. Oh no. The charter's been discontinued. We will continue to brick that event for forever. Looks like the economy's kind of starting to take off a little bit. I think we might not be able to actually go for independence simultaneously with also revoking all the investment rights. God, we're colonizing so slow. What are we researching? Maybe we do this. Let's see if we're probably gonna continue for another, like, little bit. Let's see if there's stuff that we can complete that we haven't completed yet. We need to have a commander rank equal to 5. And we have to have a pretty strong power projection. In terms of relative to the rest of the world. Promote this syphilitic guy. As well as one or few countries with their capital state in blank can have more than... Too many have more power projection than us. So can we do this maybe? Wait, why can we not incorporate Queensland? Is because we haven't fully colonized it? Workers from Macau would be perfect. Welcome. Woman and Gauching. Yeah, maybe I should try and think about this more and make a video on it, on like how you would possibly, as a matter of like the player's experience, make this more at the forefront of what you're caring about and thinking about. But like, in terms of the proportion of my attention when playing Victoria 3, the amount that's spent on war is pretty high, and that's not a an area of strength for Victoria 3 as a game. Like, if we think about it, you have an attention pie. Like, if there was more stuff that you could do in terms of planning an economy, then that would occupy, like, more of your attention or this type of thing. But one of the problems is that wars really aren't hands-off, and you actually have to, like, micro them, otherwise you, like, lose in unexpected and frustrating ways at a fair frequency. So you could say like you make wars more hands off, but also like a lot of like Victoria 3 like economy stuff is like setting it up and forgetting about it. Generalist, more like census dataist. Not like this. We've been called out. Bang bang. Otarkus reminded me, I gotta send you a screenshot of a commenter kind of freaking out on me a little bit. But I mean, I've been I think about game design just generally more now that like thinking about the game becomes like more of a thing. And yeah, like ideally you want the proportion of the player's intention with like normal gameplay to be more aligned with your strengths as a game than your weaknesses. Yeah. Like, what should the core gameplay loop look like when the heart of the game is this pops thing? I mean, like, part of it is just, like, part of the idea is you're simulating stuff and you're, like, observing the simulation. Right? And part of it is, like, you're not necessarily supposed to focus super on this, but it has emergent effect. I'm trying to actually spend more time in here, but I don't even know what I want to look at. I mean, one thing that's interesting is we found that, like, we were trying really hard to track slaves specifically, because slaves just have super polarized, like, SOLs. It's either, like, 1 or 8, and I don't know what determines it exactly. It seems to be the case that I think incorporation seems to make a big difference. I actually think there might be some sort of bug regarding slaves that, like, they sometimes get, like, basically infinite, and sometimes get basically nothing, or not. I think that them actually receiving what they're supposed to get in goods is bugged. Or you know what it might be is, like, when you have slave employees and they get paid out from the building, if the building's not very profitable, the first thing that gets triaged out is the buy basket for the slaves. Maybe that is accurate. Not like this. You manipulate in real time. This is the way. Food industries is one of the more fiddly ones. I think that generally price of alcohol kind of collapses and you don't actually... This is another one of the fiddly ones. Sugar. Like, if sugar completely bottoms out at -75, it can often not be worth it. This is the entire British market, though, not just us. Now that we have max liberty desire, we're going to try and improve relations a little bit, but... Yeah, try to think of the way in which we somehow get a big enough army / navy to actually be able to fight GB. We don't have to, like, super beat them, we just have to win it in a landing. definitely hate our current level of market access in the British market. That's a significant source of discomfort. I think if there were the freight changes I proposed, this would be like so much less of an issue too. Just gets super painful after a certain point. The like lack of market access. Color-coded tree map, kind of cool. In here? The issues I see with Victory Warfare is that almost all diplomacy requires is focusing on wars, since the only way to diplomatically expand is either play Canada or Australia, or use the umpire power block. Yeah, this is another thing. I think that the diplo play is really bad. I think that there should be levels of escalation. I actually talked about this with Tarkus on the podcast. Tarkus is in chat right now. That perhaps there should be like 5 levels of escalation. And that there should be like request, demand, or like this is just like spitballing, like not really thinking about it too much, but like there's a like, because the thing is this is just a countdown to war. This is just a war with a delay timer. Is like functionally how diplo plays work. But if you could scale up the level of demand you were making on another country, that would be interesting. If it like starts out as a request and then it becomes a demand, and escalating incurs you infamy, and puts pressure on the country, and then increasing pressure might make them capitulate, and then you get like regional conflict, like colonial conflict, like and then at the very top of however many of these things you have like Great War, like World War type thing. There's just no nuance in Vicky 3. Yeah. Diplomatic play escalation mechanics would be based. If there was like, if there was ways you could try and jockey for influence and control that didn't involve just war, that'd be interesting. Like if the entire interests mechanic was about expanding a sphere of influence, and it felt like you were jockeying for control rather than you just declare interest somewhere, also would be super interesting. Or go to war for super petty things in the most meta of places. Yeah. No, I mean, it's the same for every country, is also like, I mean, like, look, if you have like less than 500 hours in the game or whatever, it probably doesn't matter that Borneo and like South Africa are the same places, and South America are the same places you go for every game. But boy, oh boy, it's like, it's so much worse to go for other places. So I just feel bad if I do it. But it's also just like obviously worse. Wait, why do these guys on the front? I forget which has their capital. Guessing it's north? I am curious though. Yeah, it's north. That was very much a guess. Add a couple of those. So we'll get up to 25 boats. I don't know if that's going to be enough to get our naval power projection high enough. I wish there was a place we could look at all naval power projection, like, and sort by that. So we have to get stronger than... Less than 5 countries have 30% or more than us. I suppose if we go in the ledger and we sort by prestige, it's probably just the top 5 prestiges are the top 5 navies. Raj has 53 and 500, so 30% more. 500 divided by 1.3 is probably around our target that we need to hit. So we need to nearly double the size of our current navy, I think. Now finally, now that there's peace, we can have a restoration of our market. Yeah. Britain just like cannibalizing the convoys to like over mobilize is like also like getting involved in bigger conflicts should also like, that's like a significant strain, but like it just feels so bad like with the way that stuff works now. Minor colonial disagreement equals total war. Yeah, you should depending on the level of escalation, mobilizing a higher and higher percentage of your army should have negative effects for you. Actually making the diploplay allow for trading, like the Gadir crisis, where France took Morocco aid in return for Germany got Cameroon. Yeah, where you can actually like make exchanges and this type of stuff. That never escalated to war, but in the games, such a thing requires the war to start before you start giving them concessions, and even the AI is very stubborn about accepting unless they are losing. And you can't suggest stuff to give to the other side. Yeah, I mean, having to like write an entirely new AI for handling an entirely new system is definitely a task. Do you remember when Diplosways were first introduced? You could like, there would be like a revolt in the Mosquito Kingdom, right? And you would be able to sway in and have Great Britain give you the EIC. That was such a wild meta. Because it was just about like 100% of the meta was just getting as many interests across the globe as quickly as possible and then just scooping everything from Great Britain for free. Now the Diplo sways are like reasonable, so... I think we're losing money too fast here. And we're hiring more government employees. Yeah, I mean, I guess we're gonna do it. Alright, so we're also gonna pass Aboriginal Guardianship, so I expect to see some flavor events here. I actually kind of don't like National Guard that much. I think I'm coming around to Guaranteed Libs a little bit. Why don't we go Rights of Assembly and then we can go Guaranteed Libs. You can see this everywhere in the game. Instead of smaller, more micro, heavily nuanced options to play, the game is okay, here's a big container that is easy to control so you don't get overwhelmed. Could you expand on what you mean by container? I mean, I think I agree with you. I'm just not 100% sure what you're saying. But like ooh. We see North German Fed getting a nice amount of Germany. Why haven't they formed Germany? Maybe they're at war? Which is good to get over a steep learning curve, but also means that many things within the game are not well designed and have obvious flaws, like naval invitations, like army frontlines, like Diplo plays. You mean they simplify the stuff to make the game easy? I mean, I think the game is easy, but that's because the AI is I think understanding the game systems, like, in their entirety is pretty hard. But I think the game itself is, like, easy. But yeah, the idea is that the military is hands-off so you can focus on other stuff, but then you kind of don't have the other stuff as much to focus on, and the military is not actually hands-off. So we have a significant issue of somehow these places actually got employed up, so we're gonna add some there as well. But the naval invasions used to be worse as well. You used to be able to just, like, land anyone with 3 boats. And then instantly transfer units. So you would take 3 1-stacks with 3 navies and land, like, GB, and then transfer guys to them. And it was like a really stupid meta. But alright, so now we're making gobs of money, just kidding. Wonder why I thought we were making so much money for a second. Other AI nations not being able to understand PM switching and pre-building stuff is quite major economically. That's true. I mean, this looks fine. But sometimes you see, like, the AI just doing absolutely insano stuff. It's often when you have a subject or when they're really small, they're very bad at it. The AI is much better at it otherwise. But if we look at the building registry and we look at stuff, it's really noticeable when you are thinking about stuff where you're thinking of stuff abroad. And then like, these guys are using simple chop chops. These guys are using simple chop chops. I think they have better than simple. I guess I'm not 100% sure if they have the tech, so maybe that's a poor example. Fishing trawlers is fine. You don't really hate any of these with the understanding that you're super backward. I mean, here you probably should be craftsman sewing, but this actually looks okay. Here I was trying to find an example, but none was to be had. Oh, this is going to allow us to boost quite a lot. Our power projection. Yeah, we had to get to like 380 or something. 385 was kind of the number we thought we would have to get. So we should get there just by waiting. Classic 3-boat strat plus teleport strat. Yep. The old school cool. 3 boats in a dream. You used to be able to do anything. It'll let you come. Yeah, exactly. Yankees fan. 3 boats in a dream. Like, you literally, if you're willing to micro it, you literally just needed 3 boats, 3 troops, and you could just, like, do anything. The AI loves to use labor-saving PMs way too much. This is true. But sometimes they won't even... The AI should, unless the primary PM uses oil, or unless it uses something that they run a shortage for, but even then, they should probably still just always use the best primary PM. But yeah, the AI seems like they just categorically don't evaluate. That's a good point. Like, Russia should basically never use labor-saving PMs. But they will... The AI will always use the labor-saving PMs. Which actually, like, is why coal prices... Or why coal actually gets used in decent amounts and you can export it and stuff like this. Or it's one of the reasons. But yeah, you're right. That is like the huge leak of AI. They will have like infinite workers in a place, and they will use labor-saving PMs. I mean, some bad players do this too, to be fair. Battle of Australian Northern Territory. Not like this. Westernalia abandons them? We'll take a quick save and see if we can pick up Australia. Or Westernalia. By the way, a question. Yeah, shoot. Russia using them right now is an insane convenient example that makes me look smart, Pog. Yeah. Well, to be fair, there's a lot of countries we could have clicked on. I think China will be using them too. You're absolutely right. It's very prolific. No, China's not. Nope, China is. So let's look here. We're looking for if there's unemployment here. There's unemployment in the state, right? And unemployment's real bad, and still they're using the labor saving. I don't know why they're not using the tools one, though. Am I missing some button, or are my ships not able to automatically upgrade from tower ships to torpedo boats? You're not missing something. This, I actually, as a UI thing, I kind of hate this. Not every boat upgrades into the next one, but a lot of them do. So you can upgrade to monitors, but then the monitors won't upgrade to anything else here. I think torpedo boats can't upgrade to scout cruisers. I don't know if destroyers can upgrade to scout carriers, but you can upgrade man o' wars to ironclads. But, like, functionally... So here's the thing. Victoria 3 should either track each individual ship, and if they track each individual ship, you shouldn't be able to just upgrade the ship willy-nilly, because that's silly. But this just, like, adds, like, an entire layer that's, like, really annoying for the player of, from your perspective, you actually... Real boats don't exist in Victoria 3, so that they're gating you like this just actually makes it tedious, because what you have to do is you actually just have to delete your levels and then rebuild your levels with the new PM in order to effectively upgrade, which it just adds a bunch of clicking. Like it's like a frigate should not be able to upgrade to a torpedo boat. I'm 100% on board with that, but it should be the result of actual real ships existing, not just like the abstraction they have where real boats don't exist. And it's just a good that is used to supply the thing. You absolutely should be able to, like, swap on over, but you can't. AI handles that really badly as well. Did Transvaal run the other day where a large chunk of your economy was just coal mines for export? Yeah, I mean, maybe we should be more aggressive about exporting coal. We're supplying the entire British economy with it. I think we wanted to have an interest in the same place as Australia. Sorry, Austria. Show me the real Australia. Oh, I forgot we can form Australia-Hungary. We might have to keep playing this run. I was thinking that this might be the last... No, this will probably be the last one. There is Australia-Hungary in here, though. Terra Nullis. Is this here because we have this? I can't... I don't... Oh, it's going to tell us what this does. Minus 33% legitimacy for 5 years. We lose Aboriginal sovereignty recognized. We get Terra Nullius permanently. We will not be able to establish native protectorate subject type. Yeah, let's overturn it. We're done playing nice. Actually, well, I feel like there's a way to unite with all the tribes and not just have them as protectorates, but maybe there's not. Kick W, China's saving labor, yeah. 2 best Vic 3 players are here. Best opportunity for every question I've ever had. I don't know about 2 best. But definitely solid. Some of the multiplayer player, like, regulars are just, like, it depends what you mean by best. Some of the multiplayer regs are, like, really, really good at doing war, which is what really, really matters if you play PvP. Which most people think is a truer expression of skill than PvE. I'm also generally kind of lazy with my runs. Why are all our PMs different? I wish you could also set, like, if-then statements on PMs, but... If you have peasants, never use this. Otherwise, use this. I think it's only Navy that has this issue. If I recall correctly, horses can become tanks, but boats can't become ships. No, this isn't correct. There is, up until, well, I can't remember if mech infantry can upgrade all the way, but lancers can't upgrade to light tanks. I know that, and artillery can't upgrade to heavy tanks. I don't know if you can upgrade to mobile infantry. Generalist sees an opportunity to take away native rights. Yeah, he's taking it. Giga Chad. Yeah, it's... I'm RPing a Canadian, Tarkus. What do you mean? I learned from watching you. Just kidding, you guys learned from watching us. Short of it, I have USA run in 1900. Alright, let's read this. 1900, 1 billion GDP, 23 SOL. I've had multiculturalism since 1865 because of what I learned about your vid about IGs. Anyways, multiculturalism is 0 support for 50 years. You've had multiculturalism and it has 0 support. I'm not sure what the problem is, but multiculturalism, no IGs in terms of base support multiculturalism. So you need to roll a specific ideology. If you don't have that ideology, even if you're on multiculturalism, it'll just always have 0 support. There's no interest group. I mean, I think that they should just make multiculturalism worse instead of making it harder and harder to get, but there's no interest group that has a preference for multiculturalism. This is a mod over their base kind of thing. And so you'll need a humanist, an enlightened royalist, or an anarchist in terms of being able to get the support. Connor exists, so we're at least, like, top 3. Yeah. I mean, Connor's willing to do the stuff. I'm generally not willing to do this stuff. Like, the tedious restarting a whole bunch of times in order to get, like, the perfect thing. And And then he knows like way more exploits than I do, and this type of thing, or is more familiar with them. I generally hear about them, and then I'm like, I don't want to do that, and then I kind of forget about them. Canadians are bad for that. Yeah, Canadians have the more more recent. But yeah, we won't compromise, and we'll take their land some more here. I passed it through a movement bolstering support. It never had IG support, literally 0. Yeah, just no base ideology. Have you seen the new Vic Vinar dev diary? They're cooking big time. Ooh, I'll make a video for that after this. We can take a quick look at it on stream. No, I want to react to it while I'm reading through it. Yeah. I rarely play with late game armies, so I didn't know how tanks had the same locks. Yeah, they do. I mean, I think it's also stupid for the... Like, I think you should either track military equipment and you should care about the equipment, or you should have your abstraction, but, like, I'm not a fan of the way they do that. Because it means it just adds tedium for when you want to do something, where you have to delete the barracks and re-add the barracks. I've only used tanks once in my life, very fun, but by that late game, who cares? Yeah, it's kind of irrelevant because you should just be stronger by then. It's really hard to not be stronger by then. It's on the Anbanar Reddit. Don't think it was posted on the Vicky 3 one. I'll have to check. The doodads? Oh, they do have doodads. What might be triggering them is turmoil you've caused overseas. That would be a strong consideration. You could also, like, suppress the supremacist movement. It's generally kind of annoying if you want multiculturalism. I'm trying to think, like, what happens if I try and, like, just live in the census data a little bit more. I guess the game crashes when you open the census data. That's another thing. I guess, in terms of, interacting with the census data more. I actually do think game crashes when you open the census data are very, frequent. I just don't open it enough to experience them. But, like, multiple times people have given me a hard time about opening the census data when playing, well, maybe now's kind of a good time to wrap up. Like, when casting multiplayer, opening the census data, they're like, wow, bold choice. I honestly love it when you react to things for the first time, like dev diaries or similar videos. I find it more fun than the scripted format. Yeah, so I think it's, like, kind of polarized. I generally skim so I can do the intro okay, but don't actually properly read it. And then kind of react to it for the first time. And that's generally a different vibe than scripted, but, like, I think reading through it all the way once and then reading through it again is, like, slightly worse for content than, like, reacting to it initially. And so you either have to put in more effort or less. I play a lot of SMMP, and the mod pack allows multiculturalism to Latin countries, but also adds a decree that boosts pop growth, so that that requires either national supremacy or ethno-state. Sounds reasonable. This game, man, we live in hell, basically. Like, I mean, we're just trying to play the game more, like, leaning into, like, what it's good for, and we just get that. Just get a better computer. I'm not sure it's the computer, Yankees fan. Hey, Generalist, how would you say it's the best way to use foreign investment? Like, receiving it? Generally, I think receiving it's kind of bad. We could talk about it, though. So... Sorry, spreadsheet warning. Whoops. So the price of buying a building is always constant. It's like 50,000 per 200 construction. Here, we don't want to show off our prison cell here. There we go. It's like 50,000 per 200 construction. So, you could also look at the total cost per 200 construction, and it changes. And so you see, as you get to better and better PMs, you pay less per 200 construction. But the price of investment will always be the same. And so, in theory, if you're actually stuck on wood frame buildings, it's actually pretty okay. But when ownership is like split, and there's like a ton of like layer of complexity to this, but when you buy a building, you only buy the ownership. So if most of the value of the building is in the ownership, like let's say 75%, then when you sell the building for 50,000 per 200 construction, and it cost you 120,000 to make, and you retain only 25% of its value, it's really, really bad, because you're selling most of the value of the building. You're selling, in this case, 120. You're selling effectively 3/4 of the value of this, which if it's 120 is going to be 90,000. You're selling that 90,000 worth of value for 50,000. And so this is the problem with allowing foreign investment, is very often it will not reimburse you properly for the amount of value you've sold off, not even accounting for the fact that the ownership dividends proportion of the value of the building is more valuable than the labor or the wages proportion. So not even considering that part. And but if you flip the script and only 25% of the value of the building is going into dividends, first of all, your building's probably not very profitable. But second of all, then you're selling 30,000 value of the building for 50,000. And so the thing is that just generally speaking, the way the math looks on this, like until you get to arc welded even, or just in general, it's not worth it to sell buildings. But this also doesn't account for the fact that you can build more buildings and depeasant more. So you would need to cross-reference this across the value of depeasanting, because you could depeasant faster if you're selling buildings. So it would add a whole nother layer. I don't think the depeasanting is enough to justify selling 90,000 worth of value for 50,000. But in theory, there is a construction price. If you have a cheaper construction price too, right? Then if you have a cheaper construction price as well, like if all your construction goods are at minus 20% price, then the amount, and you're selling only 50% of the value of the building, right? Like let's say it's half wages, half dividends, and you're on steel frame buildings, then you actually come out ahead. So there's like fringy cases where it's possible to come out ahead, but like as a general heuristic, you don't want to sell buildings. You don't want to sell ownership of buildings. Technically speaking, if you're planning on bankrupting multiple times, it gets better, but like you bankrupt multiple times if this was a plan for the Jewish Japan run, because you can bankrupt once and then bankrupt to reset the... You do that to cause a bunch of radicals, and then you bankrupt again, but you bankrupt into a rev, and then you don't have to deal with the bankruptcy, and you reset your infamy. and you lose the negative modifier. If other people own your buildings, though, the fact that they lose all their cash reserves sucks for them and not for you. So... he reads dev diaries like he reads chat, slowly. Not like this. Someone else finished that statement. I'd finish it. Ay caramba. We actually talked about this earlier in the stream. Look at all the things they put in. Hopefully. I think they only have one state, so I think this is fine. We'll do it the iron way. And they get independent, too. Leaving the British Empire because they were undefended. My eyes. If I play Netherlands, is it ever worth it for me to invest in another country or subject? Yeah, getting investment rights is okay, because generally you're buying more value. Well, it's okay in the abstract, because you're buying more value than you're paying for in terms of proportion. The problem is the AI is really stupid with PMs. And sometimes they use bad PMs. And so you buy like a wood chopper or wood cutter, and then the AI is using simple forestry, and then it would have been better for you to build with your own construction. Generally speaking, I think getting investment rights in another country is good, though, yeah. I never sell buildings if an overlord can buy, and never give foreign investment rights to others. Yeah, that was probably a mistake at this run, that we went laissez-faire. We probably are just supposed to go interventionism for this, like, exact reason, so we can avoid selling off buildings. We actually needed to sell off buildings in order to, like, manage the weird, like, debt opener that is present in this run. But in general, yeah, if you're a subject, we're a little rusty right now, I feel like. Because I haven't been playing a ton of Vic, and so I think right now I'm generally making a pretty high density of errors when I play. But yeah, this is a thing as well, because this you have investment rights guaranteed, and so specifically, if you have an overlord, staying on interventionism is probably better. We actually might swap back to it. Because, I mean, we've just spent, like, a big portion of the stream lamenting how Great Britain owns so many of our buildings, and it's like, I wonder why. It's like, because we let them. The truth, it hurts. It hurts so bad. But at this point, we also kind of want to get independence sometime soon, so maybe we shouldn't pass it. I hate that if we go for independence, we also can't, get seizing all of the levels of ownership from them at the same time. Did we say we were going to do this? I think we did. I thought we did do it. It's gotta be true for 25 years. Brother. Brother, what's that? My understanding is that half the private queue goes to privatization and half goes towards constructing new buildings, so if you fully evaluate foreign investment, you gotta consider that. A little bit. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. If the private queue is more valuable, then yeah, that's slightly different than the overlord, whether or not you should be interventionism or LF with an overlord. But yeah, that's another thing, is like the change to the company does change things up, especially because it makes private queue like more valuable. Yeah, I don't know. So if you fully want to value it for an investment, you got to consider that. Yeah, because if you're investing in other people's countries on LF, you don't want to actively build stuff in their countries because their guys will pick it up. So if we build this here, then they'll just buy off of us, and it'll be very similar to giving them investment rights, and that's bad. And so, if you're interventionism, you can do it, though. With the government queue. You just can't ever privatize it later. Otherwise it gets bought up. Unless you have a huge amount investment pool and you just want to run with it. Is there any place with peasants and... yeah. Thanks for the explanation. You're very welcome. Main issue is that overlord economic dominance makes annexation inevitable. I mean, we're able to maintain pretty high liberty desire here. But yeah, that is also an issue. USA and Ottomans would want to help us. Japan, maybe. Does this mod... is it still just one strategic region? It still is just one strategic region. Have they had a rev? I can't remember. Generally, if the UK revs, they'll incorporate this, and then it's really easy to get war revs. But looks like they haven't. I'm thinking of going for independence now. If we don't, I suppose we should pass interventionism. Although, we are at the 4-hour mark. And we have a book we're reading. We want to read at least 110 pages today. That also makes interventionism somewhat better for power blocks with investment mandates, since you can use your gov construction overseas very easily. Well, you generally prefer not having gov ownership if you're over 50 million GDP. And even before then, but like, I've seen multiple renditions of the math differently, and I haven't done the math myself, so I'm not sure if it's like 22 million or 40 million. If you use your government construction overseas, and then and you ever try and privatize the building, then they can buy it. And you run into the problem of selling, like, the 90k worth of value for 50k. I was making some coffee, thanks Tark and Journalist for the multiculturalism info. Independence today, Ethiopia tomorrow. True. Ethiopia every day, though. No Ethiopia in Civ 7. Just play Civ 6 until they release Ethiopia. Alright, I think we're gonna see if there's anyone who's playing Vic 3 in terms of on Twitch that we can raid. Looks like Habibi is playing it. Looks like he's playing Italy in multiplayer. I think we'll give him a little bit of a raid if you guys are interested. Let's see. And then for the YouTubers, we will link his Twitch if you're interested. He might have YouTube as well, so I don't know if he has the stream on YouTube. You could look him up on YouTube. He might, I'm not sure. But we will bid you guys goodbye. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you had a good one. Bye-bye now. And then for the Twitch viewers, we will send you to raid.